I'll say that rotation is between Herscher and Irwin, and sliding more towards, I would say, kind of the Irwin area. All right, I'm going to bring it back over to radar. Also, folks that are watching potentially online with us, we are now streaming on our platforms here online. So hopefully you folks there, if you are watching us on Facebook, if you're on X, you're on the WCA3 Weather app. There are a lot of different places that you can get our feeds from. So make sure you guys chime in and let us know where you're watching from, and if you get any reports of anything. Right now, big concern, and look at this thing, it is really starting to kind of take shape there. If you are in northern Iroquois County, right there on the Kankakee and the Iroquois County line, you need to be taking shelter right now. The rotating part of that storm right here. Here's your tornado, folks. Okay, it's not the typical orientation that you normally see, right? That kind of supercell is oriented usually about, if we turned that whole storm about 90 degrees to the left, that would be kind of that normal orientation. But since these storms are moving from north to south, we're not getting that typical view. But you still have that classic hook, that inflow into the storm, and the rotating part of the storm is clearly right here. And I'll put the little icon on it, and that's going to be where the tornado is located. Just to the northwest of Irwin. And that, again, has its eyes set on the Shabans area, right on the Iroquois and Kankakee County line. So you need to be doing what you do to take shelter. All right, let me just zoom in a little bit more on this. It's kind of over the Goodrich area. It's going to be right along Highway 17 and then heading between 17 and 115 in Iroquois County. And again, it's now 6 miles from the, well, let me do that once again. From where that possible tornado is to the county line is now only about 8 miles from the line. Let's go back to Jacob here. Jacob's got a view of the storm. Jacob, what are you seeing there?
Hey, Kevin, you're looking at the rotating updraft of the storm, the mesocyclone, and underneath it, the base sits really low here. As I zoom in, you'll see it's very much low to the ground. And one of the reasons is it's right on this boundary. And so we're just going to have to watch under here as it moves our way. I tend to think it's not going to be quite as far to the left as I'm looking now, but I'll follow that all the way down there just to make sure that's the boundary that it's riding on. Where it kind of comes back to the right here, I'm looking now more north. That's where I believe the tornado is going to be. And I can see in the updraft itself here, as I zoom out, I can see the structure. I mean, this is an impressive supercell thunderstorm, Kevin. Tornado possible at any time with this. It is strengthening. It is in the right position right now, heading into Iroquois County. We've got a great view of it, Kevin. There's lightning in the updraft. It's very well structured, very well organized. This has the potential to be a dangerous storm. Not only are we concerning about tornado, Kevin, but also the hail potential is there and the damaging wind potential. You may not get the tornado threat from this directly over you, but there may be some large hail in Kankakee, and that could be east of I-57 as it moves into Iroquois County. Kevin, I'm going to keep my eyes on it. If I see anything, I will holler, and we'll get you an update. Northwest of Shabans, I'm Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you for the report there. Doing a great job with that storm. Here's the wide view of things. I just want to kind of show everybody also what's going on here in Champaign County. Yeah, you've got some storms that are happening there from between Rantoul, Penfield down to St. Joe. Nothing is severe with that, but we do have a large concern with this cell right here that is moving to the south, and they've kind of trimmed a little bit of that warning, and you can kind of see where that red polygon is. And what I'll do is we're going to clear the radar off. Now you can see the areas that are under that tornado warning. So we're looking at Clifton, we're looking at Ashcombe. Okay, we're going to be looking at kind of rural portions of Iroquois County that get over there into the kind of far western portions of Iroquois County. A lot of farmland up that way. And so you folks there, if any of you are out, some people that are out there on this storm or live in that area, or, some farmers out that way, make sure that they kind of know what's going on, because that storm is headed right for them. They're basically west of Clifton, Shabans area. This is going to move to the south. Let me just kind of show you once again, the movement of this over the last 30 minutes, and you can kind of see it's kind of a southeasterly movement. And within this, you're going to have probably some hail. The Kankakee area actually might get a little bit of hail from this. But right here, if this would kind of continue, this is what you're looking at, folks. Possibly there, Clifton, close to Ashcombe, if this kind of dives to the south and east, could eventually come towards just west of the Martinton area. And this thing is looking impressive on radar in terms of some of the rotation on it right over the Irwin area. If you're in Shabans right now, I would be taking shelter. I think this is a serious enough situation where this thing is really strong. There's a lot of instability. And instability is what these storms sort of feed off of. And we have an incredible amount. And this is kind of the time of the day when you've got all of that energy for these storms to feed off of. And so as that storm crosses into Iroquois County, and it's just minutes away from doing so, and it looks like they just issued a large severe thunderstorm warning, which now encompasses a good chunk there of Iroquois County. So you've got kind of two things going on. You're going to have potential for winds and hail within the orange box. And we'll clear this out again so we can just see those various warnings. So your orange box there, now Martinton, now Watseka, severe thunderstorm warning. But within that, you're going to have the tornado potential. That's going to be in a smaller confined area and a smaller box, so to speak, than the rest of that severe thunderstorm warning. So now you're talking about the potential tornado just a couple of miles away from this. I want to show you where Jacob is. So this is Jacob's icon where he is located, and he's right on the Kankakee and Iroquois County line as he looks into that storm. So he's looking right into it. He's telling us he's starting to see some more of that rotation. So what we're going to do is we're going to go right to Jacob. He's looking at it. Jacob, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, hey Kevin, the storm is getting closer to me here. So I'll widen out. This is the updraft, the mesocyclone. And underneath this base here, we've got to watch for little pockets of spin. And I'm starting to see some organization on this spot right in here. If I zoom in more, you'll see some of that motion that is showing up there. There's some rising motion, but also becoming a bit more organized with in front, right to left motion, and behind left to right motion. That's rotation, folks. That's in there showing up right in the middle of the screen. It's not really strong yet, but it's making a move in that direction where, we've got all the ingredients that we need. So if something drops, it's going to perhaps come right in front of us here. Again, because of this, I don't want to lose sight of the whole thing and focus on one spot. So we're keeping it wide, Kevin. But this is a really impressive supercell thunderstorm for summer standards here coming on in. The hail potential will be there. The wind potential will be there. The tornado potential certainly is here as well. And as I say that, Kevin, just kind of looking in the back as well to keep eyes on everything here. The camera's giving me a little bit better visibility as well. Just some up and down motion to watch on this whole line in here, Kevin, as it's coming our way. That stands out to me a little bit more in there. In fact, Kevin, are you seeing this right here, this feature? Right in the middle of the screen?
Yeah.
There's some motion in there. That may be something to watch here as well, Kevin. We're looking right into where that rotation is, and somewhere along this line is where it's going to be. Kevin, back to you.
Yeah, and I think also there are some pretty good indicators, not only of possible tornado. There's some really strong winds, even if this thing doesn't fully condense a funnel and come down. The velocity signatures that are on this are showing really strong winds aloft, where the radar is essentially kind of hitting the signal and showing the winds within that thunderstorm there. So we're watching that really carefully too. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning and that tornado warning. Shabans, now is the time to go. Now is the time that you need to be in your tornado safe spot. And that's Jacob looking right into the storm. He'll probably have to, peel back to the south just a little bit here before too long. But he's going to have the eyes. The good news is for Jacob, who's out there on this relatively slower moving storm to keep up with. These aren't moving at 55, 60 miles an hour. Those are difficult. This one's moving about 35 miles an hour. But if this continues, this is going to be right on the Iroquois Kankakee County line in the next few minutes, which is about where Jacob is and where he's going to be kind of looking into that storm. Let's go back to his shot there once again and just kind of pull it up because he's got the view of that whole thing. And so there's his view. He's got about 30 seconds before he's got to reposition himself. But we're also seeing a lot of lightning. I will tell you this, the lightning on this storm, there's quite a bit of it. What Jacob's going to look for is anything down right at the surface, anything that kind of spins up or not. Sometimes you don't get that fully condensed funnel. It's also maybe trying to become a little bit rain wrapped in there too. So we're going to watch that. All right, we'll let Jacob kind of move to where he needs to go to, and we'll keep checking back with him here in just a bit as that storm moves in. So we'll come back to radar now. And once again, if you're in Shabans, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. This is a tornado warning. If you are in Clifton, it's kind of the same thing, depending upon just exactly where this goes. I think up towards the Kankakee area, they're getting hit pretty good by quite a bit of hail. There might be some hail in that storm, but that little hook, see that little area that's right in here is where that potential tornado is going to be. And so as this slides to the southeast, it's going to bring into play northern portions of Iroquois County with that threat for that severe weather to bring a tornado in there. So here's that rotation. Again, it's right there closer to the Irwin area right now. And then that's, again, as we look at the distance from where that rotation is to the county line, now you're about 4 or so miles away from the county line, where the Shabans area is I-57, of course, US 45 there east of that. But it is a growing concern with this storm as it moves to the south. Let's bring you back here to the radar view that kind of just shows the normal colors that you see in terms of the reflectivity. As I was kind of mentioning there, see how this is kind of wrapping up a little bit more, becoming a little bit more convoluted in terms of the view. You're getting this wrapping around, and some of the rain gets wrapped into it. And so this is when we say that the tornado could be kind of embedded in the rain, but it's going to be tucked in there. Really tough to see unless you're just right in that little slot, because otherwise you're getting this kind of heavier rain that will obscure the view. But right in there, and as I mentioned, right here near Irwin is where that rotation is. This thing now, yeah, it became really rain wrapped there. Now it looks like on the radar, on the last radar scan, kind of pulling that in a little bit, so it could be a little bit more difficult to see once that starts to come in. We'll see what this looks like. I'm switching between the different radars here. That back part tries to wrap in just a tiny bit more. Here is a look at where some of that rotation is on our storm. You can see it pretty clearly. It's going to be right about here, folks. Here's the Shabans area. So Aroma Park, that got hit pretty good. This is going to be to the west. Again, the tornadic part west of Kankakee, but this is going to put more into line northern parts of Iroquois County. Let me clear everything off, and we will kind of back things out just a little bit so you can kind of see everything. You can see where you are in Watseka. You can see there's Onarga, there's Martinton. And you've got a lot of heavy rainfall showing up here and a lot of lightning. I don't want to just look at all of the lightning strikes. I'm going to turn this on. Look at all of those lightning strikes. And if we come in here and we look, that lightning is going to be pretty prolific, which is also a huge indicator of a really intense storm. Jacob has a view into the storm again as he is repositioned. We'll come back over to him and look at that base there of that storm, that mesocyclone, Jacob. That thing looking impressive for sure.
Yeah, and the rotation's actually picking up a little bit more right in here. It's still broad, it's still a little unorganized, but these things on the boundaries can pick up really quickly. It's about north of me, about a mile, coming right at me here. So I'm playing a game of, driving south and whatnot. And then the other thing is, look on the right edge here, Kevin. You see the increasing motion? This storm is feeding on the instability there and is coming very close. In fact, wow, strong rotation in front of me here, Kevin. Rotation increasing. We've got strong rotation that's going to be about a half mile in front of me now, picking on up. What I'm going to do is start to turn around and move, Kevin, and keep an eye on it. But this is getting stronger and stronger as we speak. I'm about a half. Yeah, it's a half mile. It may be. It's about a half mile there in front of me. It's about a half mile north of the county line here. Moving on in, this is going to be real close for Chabannes, but also down towards Clifton. I think Clifton's going to be in the line for this, Kevin. I'm going to turn around and drive south. Give you another look here in just a bit, Kevin. Back to you.
Yeah. That's an impressive looking part of the storm there, folks. That is looking really dangerous there, folks. If you're in Chabannes, Clifton, get down, lowest level of your home, center part of your house, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You can see there's Jacob. He's pretty much going to be right there on the county line there. And that thing is literally right in front of him. And so he's going to position himself just a little bit more to the south to get out of the path of that and just kind of stay ahead of it a little bit. And he's going to be able to do that on, there's a lot of good county roads there that you can kind of go on and kind of crisscross a lot of, squares, right? The 1 mile by 1 mile kind of squares there that you can get on those little county roads there to reposition. And that is the storm. It's the tornado is going to be almost to the county line, just about, let's see here. Let's take off his icon there for a second. And I mean, we're talking a couple of miles, maybe 3 miles to the west of Chabannes is where that is, and going to come real close there between Chabannes and Clifton in the I-57 area. If you know anybody that's traveling there on I-57, if you've got friends or family that are there and they were driving north or south there on 57, I mean, they'd be coming through a heck of a storm there through Kankakee. But if they're going north, if they're in Ashcombe or something like that, let them know there is a real intense storm that may have a tornado. Increased rotation showing up on this just to the north and west of Chabannes, diving to the south and moving at about 30 to 35 miles an hour, and is going to be crossing into Iroquois County in the next couple of minutes. So the folks here that are watching in northern Iroquois County, take shelter right now. This storm, at the very least, has got some 60-mile-an-hour winds and the possibility of some of that hail. But the concern is obviously for a tornado to really start to crank up here and get even stronger as the next kind of hour goes. We're in that real peak heating of the day. We're at the maximized portion of the day where instability is at its highest. And we're getting some of that wind shear that's also along a little boundary, and that enhances that threat. This will be a difficult storm potentially to kind of look into, see where some of that rotation is, see some of that rain that is there. I'm going to switch things back over to our velocity. See what we can see here. There it is. Those reds and greens that are right next to one another. It's right there. In that, when that new scan comes up, it is going to show up probably right there on the county line when this new scan comes across on the radar, which is going to happen in the next minute or two. It is knocking on the doorstep there of Chabannes to Clifton. I-57, rural portions of extreme northwestern. Actually, it's right on the county line now. So the new scan that just came in, it has got that tornado just on the west side of Chabannes. I'm talking probably a mile west of Chabannes where that rotation is now. So I'm going to wait for that new scan to come across to us. But boy, that thing is ramping up there. Jacob is back with us. He's repositioned on his view there. Let's go back to him. Jacob, what are you seeing there? That thing's right on the county line now.
Yeah, Kevin, and I'm 2 miles south of the county line now. We're looking right into that spot. It almost looks like the backward C shape in there. And of course, corn gets in the way this time of year. But that's where this area of rotation is. And there's a lot of shear on the boundary that's sticking out now. The boundary is kind of chasing me a little bit more than the rotation is. It's sticking, kind of wrapping to the south a little bit ahead of it, and that's helping to enhance the rotation with this. And so that's something we're continuing to watch, but it's going to be right west of Chabannes, moving south towards Clifton. I'm moving east now. I'm going to drop south in the road that takes you into Clifton on the west side there, and we'll keep my eyes on it, Kevin. Live in the storm tracker. Here we go. Corn's going to end. Let me give you another view real quick here, and we'll take a peek at it. And there we are. It would be in this area right there where that rotation is, Kevin. Can't see anything down. There might be at some point, but it's going to be hard to see with this rain that continues to kind of wrap up in there, Kevin. I'm going to sit here for a minute before I turn south, but I'll send it back to you.
Okay, so again, the rotation right there west of Shabans, it's gonna continue to dive south, and so that stretch of road between Clifton and Shabans on I-57 is kind of the area of concern here. And it's going to be coming really close there, just the west of. And so this updated radar scan is we're waiting for it to kind of come in again, but the rotation is now right about here. Okay, and it's gonna do one of these numbers right here as it kind of dives to the south. So it's Clifton. I would be taking shelter here if you haven't already. Be down there just in case. Right now, Jacob's got eyes on it. He's not seeing anything officially down. He's in the perfect position to be able to see something if there is. Right now, strong rotation. He has noted that several times with this. And if this thing puts down a tornado, we're going to be able to see it. He's going to have those eyes. He's right there where he needs to be. We're keeping a close eye on these storms. And as they move to the south and east, okay, here we go. There's your tornado warning. Just kind of widen the view out here, because I know we've got other folks say, well, I'm seeing storms in other areas. What are we talking about here? There's nothing that is severe in Macon and Piatt in Champaign County. Champaign right now, you're getting a good little storm, but nothing is severe. The area of concern is Iroquois County, especially northern portions of Iroquois County, as this storm here has taken on the shape that has us concerned because of the rotation within it. And we have seen it maintain its strength for quite some time. These storms have been going pretty good. I will say the newest scan kind of really wraps this thing in rain a little bit more, making it really difficult to pick anything out. I would say if there is something, you're going to have that tornado embedded now into that really heavy rainfall. There's not that clear slot. So here's that updated scan. I was just kind of talking about how it kind of sits there now just west of Shabans. I think now that this thing is moving to the south and east, it has. Now here's what we'll do. Okay, I'm gonna mark a point on here. We're going to mark a point. So basically we'll say, all right, that rotation is going to be right, essentially kind of right in here, right? And so when we take a look at that same point and we pull up the reflectivity, which basically shows us all of the heavy rainfall that is in there, okay, that same point is embedded with the rain. So now that tornado, if it's in there, it's in this heavy rain. That yellow and orange, that's heavy stuff. There's not that clear slot. If you noticed on the radar scans before, there was a little bit more of that clearer slot. Let me just kind of back it out to kind of show it. See the slot that's right here? We were able to kind of see into it a little bit more. As the radar moved on, notice this same clear slot we were just kind of mentioning. Now it's getting wrapped up just a little bit more. So this point right here, and that would obscure the tornado if it's there. And that's what we call the embedded tornado there. Sometimes you hear about, a rain-wrapped, possible tornado, or the tornado embedded in that heavy rainfall. If you're between Shabans and Clifton, here's the thing. You're not going to be able to see this now. It's going to be really difficult to see something because of just how the orientation of this is. This thing is now essentially on the south, just south and west of Shabans, and going to cross 57, probably between Shabans and Clifton in a minute or two. So there it is now. There's the updated kind of scan on this here. And just bear with me for a second. I'm kind of looking at a lot of stuff here off to the side. Yeah, that thing probably has now crossed 57, I'm guessing, and is now going to be just to the east there, and might be a little bit more getting closer to US 45 in the next minute or two. Yeah, it's going to be over there by the Central High School area, if you're familiar, up there between Shabans and Clifton. So Jacob is still repositioning to kind of get into a location to be able to see this thing a little bit more. But the evolution of this storm has brought it to where you're not going to be able to see as much as we could maybe 15 to 20 minutes ago. Okay, they have updated the tornado warning. And let me just clear this off. So we're just going to look at the warnings that are in effect. So we've got this big orange box. That's your severe thunderstorm warning. So from Watseka down to Onarga over to Martinton. And then within that is another little polygon. The red box you see there, that is the tornado warning. And so this is a much smaller area. It's more defined as to where we think rotation could be on the storm. And what we do here is we kind of look at it, and I can just kind of plot it for you. The rotating part of the storm is right here. So even without looking at the radar, we're just looking at the boxes here. So that's the rotation. It's right on 57, and the direction that it's moving is here to the southeast. So now you're talking eventually getting there to Highway 52 and US 45, Highway 49. Those areas there could be eventually impacted by this. So it is going to pass there right between Shabans and Clifton is the exact location of where that is. All right, let's clear all that off. I just sometimes just like to kind of show you guys the bare bones kind of basic stuff, take off all the colors from the radar and just kind of show you exactly where this is. And I'll even zoom in a little bit more and plot in some of these areas so you can kind of see where Martinton is, where basically US 52 is, and that is going to be the area of highest concern. All right, now we'll bring back all the colors so you can kind of see things here, what it looks like on radar. And again, I just think this thing has really kind of pulled in that rain. Sometimes you get that. Oh, and Jacob stopped by a train there. Jacob, you stopped by a train there at that intersection. Where are you at? I don't know if he can hear us or not. He may not be able to hear us over there where he's at. So he's that's the kind of the nature of things. Or some of those train. Okay, there he is. Jacob, go ahead. I see you stopped by a train there. What's your location?
Hey. Yeah, so I'm straight west of the high school there. Got a train in my way. The tornado's to my northeast if it's down, and so I'm in a safe spot here. Not worried about that, but I'd like to get through and see what's going on here. And yeah, I just lost you for a second with cell service there, but we're sitting here waiting, and we'll see what happens. But still really impressed by this storm. You're right, though, losing that visibility we had earlier, the rain coming around it. The other thing that sticks out to me, though, is we'll just have to watch the northwest side of the storm here. The backside back up by Irwin, maybe it's trying to do another little hook. And sometimes on these boundaries, these storms can do that. They can let one go and have a new one. There's the train. Hooray. So we'll be working our way to the east, Kevin. Live in the Storm Tracker, Jacob Dickey, back to you.
Jacob was just kind of mentioning that. So here's what I'll point out. See this other little hook that's trying to kind of form back out there towards that Irwin area? So these storms will go through these little cycles. They basically cut, careful guys,
I'm texting the newsroom. Funny, and I'm texting the newsroom about any potential with Iroquois County. I know Chicago, there were a lot of trains that were canceled. We're working to learn if any of those were heading south. And our newsroom is continuing to watch for any crashes along 57. As I know, Kevin, you mentioned it was crossing over there.
All right, very good. Yeah, so back to the radar here, and you can see there's our storm there between Shabans and Clifton. But as I'm just trying to kind of point out here, Jacob was kind of mentioning, sometimes you get one part of the storm, it gets cut off. You get the air that kind of just the downdraft that kind of just kind of loses punch, but sometimes it'll redevelop on the backside another little area. So we have to watch these because sometimes you get that little secondary little push, and where the rotating part of the storm was before is not there anymore, and then a new circulation begins to form, and that could potentially be happening. We are monitoring things here carefully to see kind of how things are developing with this. The tornado warning does continue for northern portions of Iroquois County. We're still treating this as if there could be a tornado embedded in this heavy rainfall, and that is going to be now just kind of southeast of Shabans, maybe east of the Clifton area where that rotation is. Just east there, and that's going to be on top of US 45 in the next, like I said, minute or two, as where that rotation is going to be. So we'll be watching this carefully. It is going to run probably between Ashcombe and, let's say, Martinton. So right in between Ashcombe, Clifton, and Martinton. If we put those three together as a little bit of a triangle there, okay. I would say that is going to be the area of highest concern. So if you go, all right, so here's Clifton, Ashcombe, Martinton, okay, right in this area through here. The rotating part of that storm is going to be diving into that kind of box there, that or a triangle, I guess I should say, that is kind of drew. So we're going to be watching that area carefully. Jacob, are you starting to get a little bit of a better view at all into this storm to see kind of what it's doing?
Yeah, Kevin, kind of cutting out the audio a little bit here. So it's spotty, so I'm not sure how well I'll keep up here. But I was able to cut through the rain, and the rotation would appear to be in front of me here at this point. But I'm just going to be keeping my eye back to the north as well. And I'm not so sure that in this area there's anything of concern. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a turn here and go back to the south, but still thinking that we have the potential for a tornado. Not fully sure how that's going to pan out, but I'm a little more interested here as I turn to the right what things look like. So we'll keep an eye on it here, Kevin, and bring you updates if we see anything. And we're continuing to watch this tornado warning storm in northern Iroquois County. Live to the east of Clifton, I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, so there we go. There might be some hail in this too. Those of you that may be watching, maybe in Shabans, there's probably a little bit of hail showing up in this. Really heavy rainfall, and be careful if you are traveling there to Iroquois County. This is another one of those scenarios where that heavy rainfall can lead to, some hydroplaning on the roads, because some of those areas are just getting hit really hard by these heavy sheets of rain, and you can be driving along and boom, you hit that little spot there, and you can easily lose control. So kind of be careful. And that's from Watseka up to Martinton, and all the way over there to Clifton here, and definitely Shabans area. That heavy rainfall is continuing. So our tornado warning still in effect here. Looking like they're going to continue this here. I'm just reading some stuff from the Weather Service that they are also confirming that they think that the rotation has weakened. So some good news there. And I believe that they will allow for that tornado warning to expire at 5 o'clock. So just for the purposes of all of our folks here in the control room, and for our news folks here, this most likely is going to expire at 5 o'clock in terms of the tornado warning. We will kind of go back into our regular news coverage, as is our policy, where we stay on for tornado warnings. We get you through that. We continue to monitor things and then pop back on if a new warning gets issued. But we're about 90 seconds away from top of the hour at 5 o'clock and this tornado warning expiring. So we will proceed into our regular news coverage. Jacob is going to stay on the storm here. There is still that good threat there across a good chunk of Iroquois County. As this storm continues to dive south and east, Watseka, we're watching you, Iroquois, Donovan, Sheldon, Crescent City. We're watching all of these areas for the potential for this thing to still ramp up. Here's the thing. We're not out of the woods. There's a severe thunderstorm watch. It's in effect until 5 o'clock. Until 9 o'clock tonight. There's going to be this window of opportunity for any of these storms to still ramp up. So we're watching maybe Vermilion County. We're even going to keep a close eye on, Champaign County. But right now, as we look at these other storms, nothing is severe into Macon, Piatt, Champaign, Vermilion. We've got this one storm that is up here in Iroquois County that we've got the tornado warning on, and we're hoping that there is a continued weakening trend with this. We'll cross our fingers, but in the next 30 seconds or so, this tornado warning should expire. I will say there is still some broad rotation. It's east of Clifton. If you're watching Pittwood to Martinton, I would just be keeping an eye on things here. And as things go along, if other warnings get issued, of course, we're going to be letting you know about that. But like I said here, hopefully in about 10 seconds, we'll see that tornado warning expire. We're not going to go anywhere, folks. We've got Jacob with us in the storm tracker. I'm just going to be here watching the storm, and there you go. There's that red box. It's gone. So what we're going to do here, we're going to kick off our news here at 5 o'clock, and we will come back to you as we normally would throughout the newscast with our weather hits. If a new tornado warning gets issued, we're going to jump on. We're also still streaming online. I'm going to keep that feed going on all of our social platforms, all of our apps. You can go and check that out. But for now, we're going to kick things off with WC3 News at 5 o'clock.
Watching your local news leader. This is WCIA 3 News at 5.
All right, folks, we are tracking severe weather here. It's 5 o'clock. Thanks for hanging out here with us. Some of you are going, what storms are you talking about? I don't have any storms. It's not raining anywhere. Yeah, so there's a wide view. There's not a lot going on in other locations, but we've been watching a pretty intense storm here for much of, the last half hour or so. This thing, definitely had us concerned as it was crossing into Iroquois County. There has been a weakening trend in terms of the rotation on this, but there's still the wind threat that is associated with this storm. And that is the concern we have with it. So just to kind of give you an idea, this storm is moving to the south. There's a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Iroquois County. And so Watseka, we're watching you, Martinton, and then that severe thunderstorm watch that is also in effect until 9 o'clock. We'll have much more coming up here. We're talking about some of the heat, too, that we're dealing with. And I want to touch on that here just a little bit, folks. Obviously, the temperatures have been incredibly warm. The heat index values are, upwards of 100 and 110 degrees just temperature wise. You can see some of those readings there into the 90s, and it feels like over 100 when you kind of factor that in. Heat is an issue with this, but there is a break soon heading in our direction. Unfortunately, we still have these extreme heat warnings and heat advisories that are in effect because of this. And that is kind of the other part to this big weather story of the day on this Monday. We'll send things over to Kelly with more here on this wild weather as we kick things off here today.
What a way to start the new work week. Kevin, thank you, and Jacob as well. Early morning storms with an added punch of heat has affected many across central Illinois today, and those storms hitting our viewing area, as Kevin has been telling you right now. Good evening. I'm Kelly Finley. We have live team coverage. WCIA3 Chief Meteorologist. There you are, Kevin Leidy. Had to wait for you to get back in the mix. Okay. He's in the Weather Center. Derek Mitchell is live in Effingham, but we're going to begin with, are we starting with Derek first? Okay. We're going to check in with Derek because he's in Effingham, where we've been telling you about the storm damage and the flooding across the county. Close to 7 inches of rain fell south of the city. WCIA3's Derek Mitchell. He continues our team coverage. Derek, okay, tell us where you are and what are you seeing?
Kelly, I'm here on 1800 Avenue in Effingham, where just a couple hours ago today, water was all the way up to my legs and water was covering this entire road. Now, around noon, we tried to drive through this road, but the water was just too high and our car could have been stuck. It was just not safe. I'll take a look at some of this video that was filmed earlier today. The only cars driving through are semi-trucks, and even their wheels were submerged under the water. Now, this road has been like this since the early morning, with the water levels rising starting around 2 a.m. We've been out here for hours, and now it's finally trickling away. Now, we did reach out to the Public Works Department about these roads flooding, but we haven't heard back just yet. But we will keep you updated on air and online about these roads flooding. For now, reporting live here in Effingham, I'm Derek Mitchell, WCIA3, your local news leader.
All righty, Derek, thank you so much. We appreciate that update. We can really hear it here as well if you listen closely. Remember, you can always stay up to date with the very latest weather news. Just download our WCIA3 app. It is absolutely free. Northbound lanes of Interstate 57 are now back open after a deadly crash. One person was killed, another sent to the hospital with injuries. Illinois State police officers responded to a two-vehicle crash in Iroquois County just after 5 a.m. The driver of one of the vehicles was pronounced deceased at the scene. Traffic was diverted off the interstate at the Buckley exit while that scene was cleared up. The roadway was shut down for more than 3 hours. A Danville 18-year-old has turned himself in and is now charged with first-degree murder. Nathan Gray Jr. is accused of killing 24-year-old Christiane Watson back on July 10th. Happened near the intersection of
Now, Central Illinois' most accurate forecast with meteorologist Kevin Lighty.
Okay, folks, we are tracking a pretty strong storm here, well, severe storm to be exact, into Iroquois County. This thing's ramped up a little bit in the last 10 minutes or so. I think we might be having potentially another circulation that's trying to form here. There's probably some pretty good hail coming down in Pittwood. Jacob just confirmed that some hail showing up there, and that's where that purple color is that you see. And then just south and west of Pittwood, if you're in Watseka, listen, folks, I'll be paying attention, okay? I know there's just a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but just be paying attention here as this storm is wanting to ramp up a little bit more. I'm just seeing more signs of rotation. That's going to be Route 1 there between Pittwood and Watseka. I want you guys to really monitor things here. I would obviously not go out at all with this storm as it is moving to the south and east. Jacob, we've got his shot there on the bottom right. He is actually traveling south there on Route 1 between Watseka and Pittwood. And as I mentioned, he did mention that he was getting a little bit of that hail as that storm is moving to the south and east. They also just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning to account for this cell into northern Vermilion County. So now you're talking, Milford, or now we're talking, or I should say, no, I guess that doesn't go all the way to it. It's just the rest of Iroquois County. Let's forget how big Iroquois County is. It actually goes right to the Iroquois and Vermilion County line, but up there near Hoopeston is where that is. So the severe thunderstorm warning there is hugging right up to the Vermilion County area. Okay, so the biggest concern there is going to be right here. See this, where this little kind of hook is? Right here. All right, we had this earlier, and that is where the potential was for a tornado, was right in that little hook. Okay, there's also an incredible amount of lightning showing up on this, and so I'm gonna turn on this feature here that shows the lightning and watch this. I mean, it covered. I mean, that is a relatively really high amount of lightning strikes for this small of an area. We can actually query it and ask, hey, how many? That's 541 lightning strikes on this one storm. And folks, I got to tell you, I think this thing is trying to do something again. If you're between Pittwood and Watseka, there's not a tornado warning yet. I'm not going to be surprised if one gets issued. I'm just going by previous experience, looking at the radar, seeing what this thing looks like. I think there's another circulation that's trying to form. It's going to be just north of Crescent City. It's going to be northwest of Watseka. This is an area that I have concern here, folks. I just want to err on the side of caution, just given kind of what some of the radar signatures are showing here. South of Pittwood and Watseka. You folks there's a hail core associated with this, and that's what this is right here. Let me just kind of draw the area. So you got this little hail core. See this little purple color? That's going to be your hail. Tucked in here is going to be where that might be a potential tornado. And so if you're in Watseka, I just want you guys to be paying attention here because this thing still has that rotation with it. Currently not a tornado warning. Jacob's in Watseka. Jacob, if you can go ahead and just give us a report of what you're seeing, because this thing, it's got that little hook shape once again. What do you got there in Watseka?
Yeah, Kevin, when I was north at Pittwood, the hail started to come down around me, and I didn't want to be around it. So I blasted south here, and I'm in Watseka now. I'm going to cut back to the west side of town and try and get a look at the area of rotation. But I do know there's large hail. I saw it firsthand there. Couldn't get an accurate size. Was on the move, but you could hear it hitting the vehicle. And the lightning has been extremely impressive with this. For a period of time, I was cutting from Larab to the east and south, and I had almost constant cloud-to-ground lightning with the storm. That was showing me it was strengthening. So very concerned for parts of Iroquois County. I'm going to head to the east side of Watseka and take a view to the north, Kevin. We'll get another report with you shortly. Live in the Storm Tracker in Watseka, I'm Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
Okay, folks, so we're watching this here. We currently don't have a tornado warning, and so we just kind of wanted to let the folks know there in Watseka, be paying attention, even Sheldon, okay, as this storm kind of rolls in. What we're going to do is we're going to toss a break here, come back, and there might be some more information that comes into us here, and we'll get you an update on that. But if you are in Watseka, I would just be standing by to go to shelter if you need to here, and we'll have much more coming up after the break. Stay tuned. All right, folks, Watseka, take shelter right now. Watseka, take shelter. Just as I anticipated right before the break, tornado warning issued. Watseka, take shelter. This storm is just on your northwest side. This thing is coming right towards Watseka. If you are watching this right now in Watseka, get to your tornado safe spot, lowest level. Jacob is there. He's got rotation. Jacob, live shot from you. Tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, Kevin, a lot of strong rotation visible right here in front of me. It's coming into the northwest side of Watseka, and there I get the camera turned a little bit more up. It's going to be about a mile north of 24 and about a mile northwest of the Smiley Water Tower on the west side, moving into town here, kind of moving to the south and east. And so we're keeping a close eye, going to stay ahead of it, and we're going to keep monitoring things. But strong rotation, very obvious here. This could produce a tornado at any time, Kevin. Live in the Storm Tracker, I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
Yeah, folks, here really into this is actually one of the stronger rotational couplets that I've actually seen here today. This is a serious situation. If you are in Watseka, you know anybody there, Watseka, between Watseka and Crescent City, anybody along Highway 24 there, US 24, between Crescent City and Watseka, take shelter right now. Strong rotation on this storm, and it is going to cross right over 24 there, maybe the west side of Watseka. Going to be right there. If you know 24 there, and it takes that little curve up there to the north just a little bit, kind of takes that little left jog, and then eventually right back there into Watseka. It's going to be coming just maybe close to the west of that area there, as we've kind of zoomed in on it. The rotation is right here, folks. There it is. And Jacob has got the view on it there as he's kind of looking into the storm. You can see that the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. If you're between Crescent City and Watseka, tornado warning in effect for you. If you're in the Woodland area, you need to be on the lookout too. Milford, you're technically in this. Woodworth, down the line. Highest concern at this very second is going to be between Watseka and Crescent City and right along US 24 there. Jacob, what do you got there in front of you?
Yeah, so I'm looking back east towards town, Kevin, and the rear flank downdraft is right on my left, going to be coming into me. You can see the rotation right in front of me. It tried really hard to spin up there, and as this rear flank downdraft wraps around, if something's going to happen, it's going to be right in front of us, Kevin. So I'm keeping my eyes open to the north to make sure I'm not missing anything, but it's very much it's on top of me and in front of me here, Kevin. This base here with strong rotation continues to move onto the west side of Watseka as it moves south and east, Kevin. I have not seen any debris flying. I have not seen any power flashes. That'll be the first thing we look for in addition to condensated funnel cloud. Haven't had any of that yet, Kevin, but this storm is trying hard. And I'm looking as well, Kevin, it's still on the lake boundary. The boundary keeps pushing south here, that outflow boundary. It's riding on it. It's going to be rotating for quite a while longer here, I suspect, Kevin, until it can either break away from that or maybe hit some more stable air. So we're going to watch things, keep a very close eye on it, and monitor things in Iroquois County. Watseka, time to shelter is now if you haven't done so. And moving south of Watseka, then we're going to be watching Woodland and Milford closely, Kevin. In the storm tracker near Watseka, I'm back to you, Kevin.
All right, so this storm also has a really big hail core on it. That hail core is just to the northeast of Watseka. That's going to be this purple color that you see here. Okay, so you've got the hail threat, but then that rotation is right in that little hook. That little area right here, and it's going to be sitting almost there on 24 where Jacob is, as this kind of moves to the south and east. The rotation on this is pretty strong, folks. And also that tornado might actually be embedded a little bit more into the rain. It might be tucked in just a little bit more in there. But if you're in Woodland, if you're in Watseka, you need to be in your tornado safe spot, absolute lowest level of your home, center part of your house, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Watseka, right now, tornado safe spot. That tornado is going to be there possibly just to the north and west of town. It's going to be right there where the little jog is there to the north as if you're traveling there on 24. And you kind of take that little left turn and then peel back there to the right as you come into town there. That is going to be the area of concern, folks. You need to be in your tornado safe spot in Watseka right now. The rotation on this is really strong, and so is the lightning. The amount of lightning strikes that are showing up with this is really impressive. What that tells us essentially is this is a really strong storm, highly electrically charged, a lot of energy there. We have a ton of instability for these storms to feed off of. The peak time of the day, if you look at all the statistics for tornadoes, the number one time of day for tornadoes is between 5 and 6 o'clock. We are in that little hour of where you can sometimes get some of the most intense storms to form because you're maxing everything out. A lot of times the instability. In this case, there's also some decent wind shear that's located there. So there's a little bit of a boundary. And we think that this thing has formed, again, a little bit of a hook there. This thing is going to be coming possibly right there to the, as I look at it, southwest side of Watseka. So right there on the southwest side of Watseka is where the rotation possibly is on that. You can see it kind of sitting right there on Highway 24 right now on US 24 and on the west side of town. If there is something in there, you may not be able to fully see it because the tornado might be embedded into that heavy rainfall that we've got. So that's the storm there along US 24. You can see, again, what we're looking at, the wide view of this. So you've got this huge area where you're going to have a huge hail core on it. And then on this tiny little area, it's just a little small area here where you've got this rain-free base and a little bit of an inflow and this little notch. That's what you're seeing. Jacob has a view now. Jacob, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Kevin, I think it's going to be more over here now on the southwest side of Watseka, kind of looking in that area and monitoring. Very much the rear flank downdraft. I've got a north wind where I am now, so I'm on the west side of that rotation. The clouds directly over me are quite turbulent, but I think that rotation actually is in front here, and you can kind of make out that structure a little bit more, drifting off to the south. Now, Watseka, give us a few more minutes for Watseka proper. South of Watseka down to Milford. That's the next in line for this, Kevin, and towards Woodland and west of Woodland, west of Milford, kind of where this is heading. So keeping a close eye on this, Kevin. We'll let you know if we see anything. In the Storm Tracker, I'm Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
Yeah, I still think that possibly the rotation, would you say the rotation's kind of possibly even still embedded a little bit more to the west, northwest at all?
So I'm kind of looking here, and I do see where the hook extends out a little bit more, but to me, it looks like it's the lake boundaries pushing it up here, or that outflow boundary this storm's been riding on, because there's some heavy rain towards Crescent City, but I can see that north to south motion to my north, and so I think it's going to be more in front of me. I'll keep an eye out, but there's a lot of turbulence, a lot of motion at this, Kevin, and it definitely has my attention here in Iroquois County, so we'll keep an eye on it. Kevin?
Okay, so that is the storm there of concern. You're talking right there in the heart of Iroquois County, or for friends there in Watseka and Woodland. Crescent City, you are technically in the warning. That rotation is just to your east by a few miles, but is really close. I would lean a little bit more towards concern with Watseka right now with that rotation on our storm. We'll see what the new updated radar scan does. Jacob is in the view. So he is basically, let me see if I can't, I'm going to pull up his location, and bear with me here as I kind of reset things for a second. Wow, look at that hail core, that purple color. I mean, that's a lot of hail in there. And then what we can do here, so Jacob is essentially located on the storm there. He is right there, and we'll pull in his icon. And so there he is. That's where he's at. And so he's got the view into where there would be that possible tornado. And that's going to be basically just to his north. Let's pull up his shot there if we can. So you can see where he is on radar. And then, we'll come back to him. He's kind of repositioning there. Okay, there you see. So you can see him. He's on one of those county roads there. So he's dropping back south there to obviously kind of stay out of it. But I think that thing is still showing decent signs of rotation that might be kind of still coming in there to the south and west sides of Watseka as it moves to the southeast. The latest movement on this is actually only 25 miles an hour. So it's really moving slow. And that movement actually does help out Jacob in his quest there to try to stay ahead of the storm and kind of position himself in a way that allows him to kind of see this thing. So they just kind of updated it. It does look like the rotation is, again, southwest of Watseka. And it's going to be Woodland, the Woodland area I'd be concerned about if this continues to drop. So we just kind of move the radar just a little bit here. So more towards the Woodland area, between Woodland and Woodworth, not to get those two confused, Woodland and Woodworth, in between those areas, but definitely more towards Woodland. And was that a hail? I thought I might have heard a hailstone hit the storm tracker there for a second. I know that there is a pretty decent hail core in this too, and that's that purple color. That's going to be probably, I'd be surprised if folks there into Watseka might be getting a little bit of hail. I'll see if any of the folks there. All right. Yeah. I just kind of peered into our chat here. So we're streaming on all of our platforms on Facebook and X and on the WCA3 weather app. And I just got a report. It's hailing really bad in Watseka. Looks like maybe some quarter-size hail in Watseka. Lots of hail in Watseka. That's what we're hearing here from the folks there, and that lines up. So this purple color, okay, this is your hail core, and look at those purple colors there. That is where that hail is dropping, and so we're hearing some quarter-size hail there. It's just to the south and west of that is where the rotating part of the storm would be. And that's kind of where Jacob is here. Okay. So here's your rotation, and that's going to be heading towards Woodland. But that hail core is just on the north side there and east side of Watseka. and that's what you're looking at. So thanks for the folks there in our chat here talking about some of that hail. Actually, just got a golf ball size hail report, Watseka, coming into us, maybe some golf ball size hail. So Watseka, you guys are getting the hail part of this. I think the tornado part of this is going to be just, unless there's a new circulation trying to form, is just to your south and west. But right now, concern is going to be for, I think, Woodland areas there along Route 1, north of Milford and more towards the Woodland area. Pretty decent hail core in this, and I think some golf balls are definitely possible. We've already had one report of that. If you have any pictures of that hail, feel free to send that in to us. You can send emails to news@wcia.com with your hail or any damage photos, news@wcia.com. I know Watseka just got hit really hard by hail, and so for those of you who are watching, you've got more of the hail issue than the tornado issue. That tornado is going to be southwest of Watseka and going to be heading, as I keep mentioning, the Woodland area. So now you're talking along Route 1 there. As you head south there on Route 1, County Road 1200 North, 1400 North, 1200 North, that area. And then, again, we're going to be watching Milford. You guys also still under that tornado warning, but it's going to be kind of west of Route 1, the highest concern. And Jacob is positioned on the storm to give us the view of kind of what's going on. He's driving east into Woodland here right now, so he is just going to be repositioning himself. But yeah, let us know. Might even, again, this is going by the chat, but somebody just said maybe even some tennis ball size hail possible there into Watseka. So there might be some really large, dangerous hail here that's occurring. Again, if you've got some of those, if you have any pictures of it, once it's safe to do so, folks, don't go out there in the middle of the hailstorm and go out there and wait. If the hail's that big, it's not going to melt. That quick. It'll still be there. So please do not go out and do that in the middle while it's happening. That can hurt you. You get hit in the head by a tennis ball sized piece of ice. That's not great. So just wait. There'll be time. That hail core now maybe sliding there from Woodland. The new warning is just going to come out here for Vermilion County. So we've got this huge area for a severe thunderstorm warning. They're going to tack on to this a new warning there for Vermilion County to take into account that wind and hail threat. And so that's going to populate on your screen here momentarily. And then you folks there will see just how kind of far south that warning goes. But we'll be getting that warning here briefly. And actually, there's another warning that just got issued for southern Vermilion County and Edgar County. So this is another storm from Georgetown to Ridge Farm and down to Crispin. And that's a separate storm there, folks. And so I don't want to kind of leave any other folks out that are now under that other different warning. So the severe thunderstorm warning, southern Vermilion County. And I have a feeling that, yes, they'll probably add on to the northern Vermilion County here if this storm continues to move to the south like it's doing.
Can you talk about the lightning that you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, there's a ton of lightning on the storm here, incredible amount of lightning. And you can see when we just kind of query the radar and say, hey, how many lightning strikes are just on that one storm? 521 lightning strikes is a pretty insane amount on one storm there. That's constant lightning. I mean, and these are lightning strikes over the past 15 minutes. And you notice each one of those new ones that pops up, that's going to be a new lightning strike. So what I can do is I can just show you lightning over the past 3 minutes. That's lightning only over the past 3 minutes, which is just wild to see that many lightning strikes. So I can do this again. These are just lightning over the past 3 minutes. We'll query that. 127 lightning strikes in the past 3 minutes. We can do some fairly quick math. That's about 42 lightning strikes a minute, right? So you're almost getting a lightning strike, every 2 seconds or so. So that's pretty wild. That's also telling us that this storm is extremely strong and may pack a punch. Yeah, Jacob's with us. Jacob, what do you got?
Hey, the wind is really intense here in the backside, and there's pieces of hail falling. I've seen golf balls falling here. Probably looking at some 60. Put that corn down here.
Okay, so Jacob,
Falling to pieces here, but some intense wind now. Kevin, we are to the northwest of Milford, so moving towards Milford. Kevin, back to you.
okay, yeah. So Jacob, there, you're on Route 1 now, right? You're on Route 1.
No, I'm west
You're
of
not
Route
yet?
1 by about
Okay.
a couple miles.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to avoid it because I don't
Okay.
want to get in the hail.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
Let me
yeah.
turn around and show you this wind that's blasting here. Look at this wind that's blasting here, Kevin. Strong wind. Kevin?
Okay, so there's Jacob on the storm there. He is going to be south of Woodland. He's south of Woodland,
1200 north, 1980 east.
1200 north.
South of Woodland, 1 mile.
Gotcha. 1200 north, 1980 east is essentially where he is. So there's 1200 north, as you can see right there. So he's going to be just south of Woodland. Okay. Milford, if you're in Milford, I would be taking shelter here. You guys might get a little bit of everything. This thing is taking on an orientation for winds and for hail and even some of that rotation to produce a tornado. So if you're between Woodland and Milford, that is the largest concerned area. Right over Woodland is where the rotation is, literally over Woodland. And diving to the south, I'd be concerned for the Milford area, anywhere there along Route 1, north Milford. And of course, Route 1 goes east of Woodland. But if you are anywhere there just west of Milford, not all the way to Woodworth per se, not all the way, probably if you take Goodwine north and Bryce, in the Bryce area. Yeah. So about to Bryce or so, that would be the concern between Bryce and Milford and south of Woodland. So you've got a hail core. I mean, if you're on Route 1 right now, south of Watsika, there's probably golf ball to tennis ball size hail falling. Woodland area is where some of the rotation is. Milford to Bryce is going to be where that rotation is headed to next, and where the highest concern is going to be for the tornado. So the tornado warning does continue. Small area between Woodland and Milford, and they just kind of updated. And I'm going to just show you guys just the warnings by themselves now. So that is what's left of the tornado warning box. So it's this little shape here, this little polygon that you see. And that is the area where we could have rotation and also hail size. If you notice there, the warning for the 2.5 inch size hail, tennis ball size hail possible within not just the tornado warning, but anywhere in that severe thunderstorm warning box. So that orange box there goes all the way down to Wellington. Okay, we've got that. So let's kick back over to the radar again. We still have that pronounced little hook that's showing up west of Woodland to Bryce and just north of Milford as this dives to the south. Folks there, and again, I know that probably that hail core has passed Watsika now. If you did get any pictures of any of the hail or something like that, feel free to send those over news@wca.com.
We've got some good hail pictures now.
Okay, so they got pictures coming in, so I know our folks probably back there, hopefully efforting getting some of those hail pictures, and we can kind of show the folks what occurred. We're watching out for that. I'm just trying to pull up some other data for myself here. Jacob's here with us. Jacob, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Kevin, I'm coming into Bryce now, and Milford will be about 2 miles to my east. I think I'm going to stay on the county roads and try and sneak south, but this will be heading towards Wellington, Houston. I don't think Route 1's the good route to go on, Kevin. Probably going to stay south. I will say this, I don't see as much of a lowered base here, but the lightning also has come down a bit, but that doesn't mean the storm is done yet. I can still see the boundary clearly being ingested into the storm here. So we've seen it pulse up and down. Maybe we're on a downward phase, but it could quickly re-strengthen. I think the safe bet, Kevin, take this road straight south through Bryce down to Route 9 probably is the safest way to play this. Would you agree, Kevin?
Do not get on 1. It seems like the sail core is wanting to kind of just dive south right on 1. So I think Milford's probably going to be getting some hail now. I think that core is probably going to slide south to Wellington. I would say stay just barely to the west there of Route 1. And yeah, the Bryce area is good. I think County Highway 1800 North 1800 East Road is a good option to kind of stay there. So towards Goodwine. So 1800 North 1800 East
I'm on
Road.
2000 East.
You're on 2000. So you're just, okay. So you're kind of in between there. Yeah, I mean, anywhere, I would not get much further to the east there because that hail core is just going to slide right down Route 1, it looks like. And it still looks pretty intense there on radar in terms of that core stretching out. And let me see what the latest. Yeah, it's probably dumping the hail now. There might be a little bit of a kind of a collapse of the hail happening as we speak. But I also still think there's some good rotation on this just to the west of Milford there. Can you see any kind of structure at all there to your north at all, Jacob?
Give me a minute to turn around, Kevin, up here. I'm out of the rain finally. Behind me, I can see a lowered base, but it doesn't look like it did earlier. I'm going to sneak between Alonzo and Goodwine. I might lose you. I'm going to cut through the river to get to the other side there, but then I'll be free and clear, and that'll take me to just close to Eastland between Hoopston and there. So that's my plan. Let me turn here, Kevin, and I'll get the camera out and give you a view real fast if you've got a minute.
Yeah.
And we'll take a peek at it. But yeah, I don't particularly fancy to get in that hail the way things sound with that, Kevin. We're now south of Milford, and turning around here, and let me park. Give me a second.
Yeah,
there we go. That's what we're looking at right there. So if there's that base, it's still there. I don't see obvious rotation. There's a little bit showing up in there. I can see some motion. I see a lot of inflow, though. I mean, you can see that right to left motion here, so it is still feeding. And you know what? There still is some motion in there, Kevin. Now that I look at it a little more, kind of catching my eyes right in there, you can kind of see that motion that's showing up. So yeah, just north of Bryce, still some rotation showing up, Kevin. We might sit here for a minute or two and keep an eye on it, but I do need to get to the other side of the river, so not sure how much time. Yeah, you can see that there, Kevin. There's some motion that's still happening. Kevin, back to you.
Yeah, that's looking impressive there. We'll come back to the hail picture in a second, guys. Let's stay on this here. I'll call for the hail pictures. Right there where Jacob's looking, that is looking impressive. He was right there near Bryce, and again, a lowering there. Might again, there's a cloud base there.
Strong rotation north of Bryce.
It does look like pretty strong rotation there. Still showing up. If you're in Milford there, just on the west side there of Milford. Ooh, man, I heard the thunder
Kevin,
there.
I'm gonna fail.
Okay, so Jacob's going to have to move here as that thing's kind of coming towards him. We'll come back here to the radar view. And so there's Jacob. He is right there on where that rotation would be. He was seeing it right in front of him. And we were almost kind of seeing the very, very beginning stages of the funnel trying to form there. So if you're in Milford, I want you guys to be in your tornado safe spot. Just, if this thing kind of slides a little bit, it looks to pass maybe just barely southwest of Milford. But there is some pretty good signs of that rotation still showing up on this. And Jacob is in that position to kind of show us. There's also a really good hail core between Milford and the Stockland area. I think on the east side of Milford, you're probably getting some hail. And stretching over there just to the west of Stockland. All right, so speaking of some of the hail, we did get some of the hail pictures into us here. And we can talk about... We've got one of the hail pictures here, so you can.
Well, this is from Dina Knapp. This is from her yard in Watseka. Is it the same picture that we're looking at right there? That we talk about the size, the golf ball size, and actually seeing that. And you mentioned say that one more time. Okay, this is Mike Valentine's picture. Excuse me, Mike Valentine's picture. But Kevin, you talked about how people need to be safe. Don't walk outside to get these pictures and hurt yourself, because if this knocks you upside the head, I mean, that's got some little bit of force to something of this magnitude right here. This is the hail picture and the hail that you've been referencing from Watseka.
Okay, so that was some of the hail cores there. Again, we love whenever you guys can actually also send us, with some kind of an object to compare it to. We all have different size hands, right? So it's sometimes hard to kind of tell how big the hail is. See if you can compare it to an object that is a uniform known size. So when we talk about using coins, a ball, a golf ball, a tennis ball, a baseball, anything like that. That comparison allows us to really see, or just measuring it. If you just got an old-fashioned ruler or tape measure, that can also really kind of help us out. But thank you to those of you that sent your pictures in here to
Got
us.
another one for you from
And
James.
so there's another picture. We're talking about some other hail.
From James Prather. He heard you, and he's showing the various size hail right there. Again, yeah, you mentioned that we all have different size hands, but just being able to put a visual on this story, we're hearing it where Jacob is, but just seeing this. Thank you to James Prather for sending in that picture. Again, as Kevin's mentioning, if you can send us those pictures and line it up with something. I know we've got one coming in that's next to a Sharpie, so you can understand the size of that hail.
Okay, let's come back to the radar here because I want to come back over to this other storm that does have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Southern Vermilion County, Ridge Farm area, Crispin, Sidell. You can see there is that severe thunderstorm warning for that cell. Pretty little complex there. But our number one concern is with this potential tornado, and this is going to be basically tracking to the south of southwest of Milford now is where that rotation is. And so Wellington, listen, we're about to exit the tornado warned polygon. We'll see if the Weather Service continues this at all a little bit more. Jacob, what do you got there on the left side? Is that, I couldn't quite tell. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of viewing your picture there. Do you have anything there? Okay, it's kind of hard to see. The tree got in the way there. He's kind of repositioning here, but it just looked like that there was something trying to maybe kind of form in that area there. I just wanted to kind of peek in there to his view of what he is seeing, and maybe come back to Jacob here in just a second.
Kevin, will you explain the hook that you keep mentioning?
Yeah. Yeah. Jacob, go ahead. Jacob.
Rotation increasing.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, rotation increasing straight behind me. I don't have time to stop and look at it, but it is not done yet, Kevin. Got to get through the river bottoms. We'll talk to you when we get close to East Lynn. Back to you.
Yeah. So that the new radar scan actually just kind of kicked it up a tad, and so I want our folks there to, if you're in Goodwine or Wellington, I would. This is another one of those. All right, folks, you may not have that tornado warning for you just yet, but I don't think this thing's completely done. We're just kind of watching it here. And so Kelly was asking there before about the hook. And so you can see this here, that, this is your hook. This is your classic hook. You've got rotation into the storm here and basically inflow. And that's what creates rotation. And then the backside kind of comes in, kind of rain cooled air, and you'll get the rotating part of the storm. Now, this is oriented in a different way. Usually you take this and be about 90 degrees. If you swing everything to the left, they're 90 degrees. That's your classic kind of up and down supercell. But because the storm is moving basically from north to south, you're getting kind of a different orientation than that you normally would see on radar. And so that's why it may look a little odd. Rotation on this right here, southwest of Milford, is where the biggest concern is. We'll see if the Weather Service continues this or not. All right, Jacob, let's go to Jacob here.
Hey, Kevin, the rear flank downdraft on the left side is cutting in. Strong rotation to my north here. I think we're going to be really close to producing a tornado. Are you able to see that motion? Look at those rain curtains moving from left to right there. And then strong rotation right in there, Kevin. This is going to be near or just south of Bryce by this point. I don't have long to sit here, but I think we're going to have a tornado very soon, Kevin. Let me keep moving. That back there is going to catch me. So I need to get off these gravel roads and get down to Vermilion County. Kevin, back to you.
Yeah, I could see that. You can see those rain curtains, okay? And if you notice on his shot, you had the rain curtains kind of going right like that. And then those back clouds kind of doing this. And so that is your rotation. And you can kind of see when the rain curtains kind of wrapping around in the backside of those clouds. And that's what you're looking for. He just gave us a shot of that. That's over Bryce. It's going to be there just northeast of Goodwine. We're waiting for there's that new updated scan there. So there it is right there. So that's going to be southwest of Milford. I'm just going to put the little rotating marker on this again. It's going to be right here, folks. This is where that possible tornado is located. right here. So if we look at it here, all right, so there's Goodwine. You've got 1800 east, you've got 2100 east, and then you've got Route 1. So this is going to be west of Route 1. And so Jacob is kind of positioned right in between that. He's on 1900 east. And so the rotation there is going to be right there between 1800 and 2100 east, basically southwest of Milford, south of Bryce, south of East 1000 North Road. Be in your tornado safe spot there. We'll see. I will say this. So the Weather Service, they're looking at this. This gets into a tricky area for them in Chicago. This is technically the Chicago office. And this is literally the southern fringe of the area that they cover. So they cover all the way up there to the Vermilion, Iroquois County line. And so it's getting a little further from their radar. So it can be difficult to see things. Fortunately, we've got Jacob there, and he's going to be able to provide us any reports if they come into us. Once this gets into Vermilion County, this passes over to the Lincoln Weather Service office, and then they start making decisions on whether they issue a tornado warning or not. Right now, they've not carried this further into Iroquois County just yet. Tornado warning does continue there for Bryce and Milford. Technically, Goodwine and Wellington, you don't have that warning at this time, but there's still some of that rotation there, and Jacob was kind of noting it there on radar. I'm trying to see. We've got two different radars to look at. We've got the Lincoln office, and we've got the Chicago radar to look at, and I'm just trying to bounce between those because this is an area, and this is a conversation for another day, but it becomes kind of that almost dead area for us in between where you're really shooting far off in the distance with the radar beam between either Chicago and Lincoln to try to get southern Iroquois and northern Vermilion County. And so sometimes you can't always get a clear picture there. So I will say this, it's still showing up there. I mean, there's still that classic hook. There's still some of that rotation in that. If you are between Milford and Wellington and the Goodwine areas, be paying attention with this. We're coming up here on 6 o'clock here. And folks that are in the control room there, for your purposes, again, this is almost a very similar situation that happened to us earlier here at 5 o'clock. But let me check here, because this tornado warning is in effect until 6:15, but it's going to be moving out of the tornado warned area. And if they don't, and they haven't done it yet, they may not carry this on. What we will do is we'll switch back. So our policy is tornado warnings. We're on wall to wall. We stay on. We tell you what's going on. We continue our streaming coverage online for severe thunderstorm warnings. Even though from what we could kind of see on radar and what Jacob's kind of seeing out there, that this is an intense storm, there might be maybe just slight weakening according to radar. But he's got his eyes out there on this, and he's kind of seeing things firsthand, and that kind of helps us determine what's going on. But we may transition back into our news coverage. We may have to pop back here because we're not done. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch, and let me just pull that up here real quick. That is in effect here until 9 o'clock, and it's basically for the counties here right along the Indiana-Illinois state line, and the kind of two tiers of counties. It does include Champaign, Edgar, Coles, Cumberland County. So there's still that threat. And while the biggest threat probably is going to be winds, there could be tornadoes. Let's go to Jacob here one more time. And Jacob, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so Kevin, a couple things may have happened here. I don't see the rotation as obvious right now, that this rain really cut in. It may be embedded in that rain there, just kind of looking to see what we're looking at. But then as I look over here to the right, still seeing some low clouds. The boundary is right over me. And so right back in there is where anything spins up, it's going to be. You can still see there is some rotation in this cloud here, and it's there. It's maybe not as organized as it was briefly, but just because it's not organized now doesn't mean it won't trend that way. We're just going to watch it closely here, but we're at a comfortable distance out of the river bottoms there, and now in the southern part of Iroquois County. So maybe radar isn't getting a good look, Kevin, but we've got eyes down here. We're going to keep a close eye on it and have updates as we move through the evening. Live in the storm tracker west of the Goodwine area, I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
All right, folks. So here we are. We're gonna, in about a minute, we're gonna transition back into our regular 6 o'clock news coverage here, and we're gonna do that because this storm has moved out of the tornado warned area. I will say a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued, and there it is. So they've actually canceled the warning. The severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect. If you're in Hoopeston right now, you're starting to get that storm. Rossville, okay, coming for you next, and the rest of Vermilion County. This does have what is known as the tornado possible tag associated with it, which basically means, yeah, winds are the biggest threat, but there could be a tornado that forms. Here's the motion to the south, about 25, 30 miles an hour. Along Route 1, you're going to see that hail threat, you're going to see a wind threat, and potentially this thing could ramp up again with a tornado threat on it. What we're going to do is, for those of you that are watching on the stream, we're going to switch back over to the radar. You're going to see that. We're going to go into our newscast. You can turn on the TV. We're going to be doing our normal weathercast and whatnot. We'll jump back on. If a tornado warning gets issued, boom, we're in there. We're telling you what's up. So for now, if the folks are ready there in the control room, we are going to go ahead and kick things off here with our 6 o'clock newscast. And of course, we will be back with more of my regular weather segments coming up here in just a few minutes, and the whole team on it once again. All right, guys, that's going to kick off WCA3 News at 6 o'clock now.
You're watching your local news leader. This is WCIA3 News at 6.
Okay, folks, we are tracking these storms here for you. We've got Vermilion County still under the gun. Severe thunderstorm warning continues as this storm dives to the southeast. We have had some points where we've had rotation on this, pretty intense rotation, and some wall clouds trying to develop. Also, big time hail reported up in the Watseka area, and I have a feeling in other locations there into southeastern Iroquois County probably are getting hit too. Folks, we're watching you there into Vermilion County, Rossville, down the line Bismarck. We're going to watch you guys there in Danville for this storm. We're also keeping a close eye on this other storm into Edgar County. You guys are getting hit pretty good. Chrisman, Paris, we're watching for you folks. So the wide view shows Champaign calm, Decatur, Springfield, not a whole lot. So we're kind of in this little window of opportunity over the next 2 hours or so where there is concern. The other part to the big story here today has also been the really intense heat and humidity that we've been dealing with in areas where it is not storming. Heat index values are probably upwards of 100 to 110 degrees. Look at this, 110 in Lincoln right now, and 115 in Pontiac. Obviously, there's a boundary there. We're going to have much more with the storms and the heat, and we'll throw things over to Kelly to talk about more about what kind of happened down in Effingham here today, Kelly.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. That is Chief Meteorologist Kevin Lindy. I am Kelly Finley. While our WCIA weather team continues to monitor all these conditions, some central Illinois communities are still recovering from storms earlier this morning, and that includes Effingham, where one farm is now dealing with property damage. WCIA3's Derek Mitchell was there today and spoke to the farm's owner. Derek, you are joining us now live. Let us know, how is everyone doing?
Kelly, this shed behind me in around me used to house 24 sheep, but now, as you can see, it's completely destroyed. I'll take a look at some of the video that was shot earlier today showing the damage to farmer Dave Kester's property after storms this morning. Kester tells me he and his wife woke up to loud noises. That's when they came outside to see their shed was a total loss. It's not the first time this happened on his property, though. Kester says storms ripped apart a different shed of his just last month. Now, he and his family are starting the process of cleaning up.
And the boy got up to go to work at 3:45, and he told me that the sheds were down. So we had that one up there by the road that went down, and this one here, the siding where the whole roof and everything came off, took it over there to the trees. And I had to move the sheep out of here at 4 o'clock.
In addition to the destroyed shed, he also says a tree fell on his roof and that he's working with insurance now to assess the damage. Even though his property has been damaged, though, Kester tells me all 24 of the sheep are safe. For now, reporting live in Effingham, I'm Derek Mitchell, WCIA3, your local news leader.
Alrighty, Derek, thank you so much for that update. Taking a look at storms and the impact further north, that's where 2 contractors were rescued after being trapped in a sewer. This happened in Downers Grove, which is about 30 minutes west of Chicago. Police there say the workers were cleaning sewers for the village when the storms hit. This is video from our sister station, WGN, showing crews loading a firefighter onto a stretcher at the scene. But as for the condition of the contractors, it is unknown at this time. Back here closer to home, Urbana police are asking for your help identifying the suspect in a recent theft. It happened earlier this month at the Dollar General on North Cunningham Avenue. Urbana police say the female suspect that you see on your screen right there stole another customer's misplaced purse, then left that store in a white Dodge Ram pickup truck. If you have any information which can assist in this investigation, you are urged to contact Crime Stoppers. We have a link on our website, WCIA.com. Alrighty, we're going to check back in with Kevin.
Yeah, I've got a new tornado warning here. I thought that might happen, and it's a small one, and it's basically Wellington. If you're in Wellington here, be in your tornado safe spot. Hoopeston, just be watching things here too, because you're technically in the severe thunderstorm warning, but look how close this is, right? I mean, that's the county line right there. This is the transition between the Chicago Weather Service office and the Vermilion or the Lincoln Weather Service office in the jurisdictions of the issuing warning. So they'll see what happens here. Route 1, if you're on Route 1 there, Wellington, this thing has kind of ramped up a little bit. Definitely seeing some of those signs of rotation. If you're in Wellington along Route 1, get into your tornado safe spot. I'll just say this too, just in case, if this continues, Hoopeston, Northern Vermilion County. Okay, there it is. Boom. Vermilion County now. So they went ahead and carried this further. This is Route 1. This is a Route 1 storm here. This is Hoopeston down to Rossville eventually. So new warning now for Vermilion County is going off. Okay. Route 1, there it is. Right now, it's Wellington. Rotation on this storm here, right there near the Wellington area, right along Route 1. If there's a tornado, it's right there near Wellington, folks. So I need you to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Rotation showing up on our storm here. If you're now in Hoopeston as well, you're watching this. Rossville, your tornado, your outdoor warning sirens are already going off. Your phones are probably going to be going off. And concern is definitely here for a tornado that could form. I know we've got Jacob that is out there too, and we'll be checking in with him here in just a little bit as he is just kind of repositioning. And so we've got him on the storm, and we're going to go back to him here in about a minute or so. But right now, biggest concern, extreme southern portions of Iroquois County between Wellington to Hoopeston. Right now, the rotation on this is right there. I mean, it is right there near Wellington. Okay, and it's moving to the south. This is your usual kind of west to east moving storm. So this area here is the concern for this severe weather and this potential tornado here. Let's see here. We're watching. I'm just kind of looking at Jacob Shine. I'm going to try to pull up. Let me do this here before we go to Jacob. So what we can do here, we're able to kind of plot what his looking. All right. We're gonna go to Jacob here. Jacob, go ahead, and I'm gonna kind of show people where you are on radar. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't have a whole lot of time to sit and look here, but there is clear rotation. I cut back to Route 1, Kevin. We talked about that because I saw the older rotation kind of occluded, but the new one is right here now. I am on the county line north of Hoopeston, and it's about 2 miles north of me, and this is where there would be a tornado should it come on down. So we're going to watch this closely. Hoopeston, this is heading right towards town. If you're in Hoopeston, you've got to be in your shelter there. Developing tornado based on what I'm seeing here with the rear flank downdraft cutting around here on the right side, Kevin. That's some of the early things I look for tornado genesis. This may be moving in that direction pretty quickly here as the storm's surging into the Hoopeston area, Kevin. So going to be very concerned for Hoopeston, Kevin. I'm also going to move back south into Hoopeston, and I'll turn back around and get another view here in just a minute. In the storm tracker near Hoopeston, back to you, Kevin.
Okay, so again, just to show you guys Jacob's location and where he's at here, and if we can take it full here. Okay, so he just see the update right there. So he's on the county line. So he's looking into that storm right here. This is where the tornado would be, right on Route 1, probably just south of Wellington. There's Hoopeston right here, folks. This thing is coming right there towards Hoopeston. He doesn't have anything, fully condensed on the ground here, but these things can ramp up pretty fast. So that's his position. That's where he's looking into that storm. And again, he has to continue to kind of dive south there. But if you're in Hoopeston, tornado safe spot, lowest level of your home, we'll let you know when you can come out. But for right now, tornado warning is in effect for you. Now notice how the polygon, and just kind of explain how these things work. So when we look at these different tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warning boxes, notice how it's kind of skinnier up here to the north, and then it kind of widens out. That doesn't mean that this entire area is going to see a tornado. It doesn't mean necessarily that Bismarck or Rossville or Alvin, but it means that the potential is there anywhere within that box. Now, defined closer to the beginning of that, where it's a little skinnier, that's where the confidence is a little bit higher. So you have that kind of, a cone, or this polygon, so to speak, of concern, and it widens out as you try to figure out exactly where this is going. And so what they do is they sort of kind of trim it away, so you get a real specific area where that tornado could eventually head. And right now the concern is going to be right there, just on the north side of Hoopeston, as this comes in between Wellington and Hoopeston. Route 1, Jacob was right there on the county line, and now he's going to be repositioning there. All right, are you coming into the north side of Hoopeston there, Jacob?
Yeah, Kevin, I'm coming up to the four-way stop here in front of me, and I'm going to have that shot behind me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get south here by the Casey's and turn back around and take a peek here, but I wanted to get through town in case something does happen. I can get out of here if needed and get a view of what's happening, but strong rotation coming into Hoopeston. Kevin, back to you.
Okay, strong rotation coming into Hoopeston right now. Jacob is on it. You're going to see just a huge black cloud there coming in. The rotation right into Hoopeston. Folks, serious situation here. Get to your tornado safe spot. While, we officially don't have something on the ground, this could come down in a matter of seconds. So you have to treat this as the real deal here, as this comes right into Hoopeston. Really strong storm. You probably got the hail there, east of town. I think the hail part of this is just east there. But what we're looking at here is the view there from Jacob. Let's come back over to radar here where he kind of repositions. And so we can kind of see what we've got. Here's the hook. And again, we've talked about this a handful of times, oriented in a little bit of a different direction, but here's kind of how it is. Rear flank downdrafts, boom. This kind of rolls through here, okay? So this is a rotation. This is exactly where the rotation is. And so inflow into the storm, rear flank downdraft comes around there to the backside. Jacob's got a good view there in Hoopeston. You got the McDonald's that's over there. Jacob, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Kevin, a couple areas I'm watching. One, I'm keeping my eye on this spot right in here, and that's going to be east of Route 1. Wait. Kevin, I think we got a tornado in progress. We've got a tornado in progress northwest side of Hoopeston. Tornado in progress northwest side of Hoopeston. Can you see it there, Kevin?
Yeah, tornado
right
on
the ground northwest side of Hoopeston.
Okay, you see it right there, folks. Right there in the middle of your screen. You see it's just behind that pole. It was really skinny. There was just a little area there. Obviously, the buildings there are going to possibly obscure it, but we saw it there just for a second on the northwest side of Hoopeston there. So you can see that's where the Casey's is there, where Jacob is. You saw it was a little skinny guy there that just kicked up. You can almost even see the green color. Look at the green color. Look at the top part of your screen. You can almost see it kind of green. That's that indication there, possibly some of the hail there. Jacob, do you see anything else? That was a little skinny little rope almost like there, a little circulation. But what are you seeing?
Yeah, it's going to be on the northwest side of Hoopeston, right along Route 1. All of Hoopeston needs to be in shelter. Tornado continuing, or it may be underground. It's hard to see, but there's strong rotation here with those rain curtains. This is a dangerous situation for Hoopeston, Kevin. If it comes into town, it's going to be right by the McDonald's. I don't want to rule out this area over here, though, because there's also some rotation there, but we saw this very intense rotation now and there may still be a tornado on the ground, Kevin. It'll be coming right into Hoopeston momentarily. We still have a tornado down, Kevin. Tornado down, multi-vortex tornado in Hoopeston. Hoopeston, shelter now. Kevin, back to you.
Yep, confirmed tornado. We've got it there. If you're in Hoopeston, take shelter right now. It's coming through right down Route 1. It's coming right down there where the McDonald's, Casey's was there, maybe just kind of west there. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. Hoopeston area there. It is coming right there, right along Route 1. Kind of there on the kind of west side of town, the kind of downtown area sits a little bit off there to the east, right? But right there on Route 1, Jacob saw that right there, that little skinny area, almost like a little multi-vortex there where you get this little spin. You get these little suction vortices that can sometimes occur. And so now you may see the purple box. The purple box says confirmed. Jacob in the storm tracker saw it with his own eye. You saw it on TV too. If you saw it, it was right there in the middle of the screen, just a little bit of a spin there. And so while, right now this doesn't look like it is, a half-mile wide tornado, it's not something like that, but it's enough there. You get that little area of rotation, and it did occur. So you might still have something coming right down Route 1, right there crossing over Highway 9 there. We're 1 and 9. Of course, the four-way stop that's right there. We're familiar with the McDonald's and the Casey's that's right there. And so that's going to be kind of now going south. So hopefully maybe continuing maybe just southwest side of town there, but it's really close. You need to be just acting as if, listen, all of Hoopeston right now, we're just going to say all of you, you're under that tornado warning, confirmed tornado there, as we saw with our own eyes here on WCIA3 in the storm tracker with Jacob. And now the concern is going to continue down Route 1, Rossville. All right, folks, Rossville, we want you guys to be paying attention. Route 1 there, Rossville, going south, eventually maybe hitting in the Alvin areas. Get to your tornado safe spot. We just saw a tornado there. If that little area of rotation hit anything, there's probably going to be some damage there. And that looks like it might have been right there, kind of the west side there of Hoopeston, as Jacob was showing it as he was coming in. So confirmed tornado now. National Weather Service issuing that confirmation as they were probably watching it here on our live stream or on our coverage here on TV. And now, if you are anywhere south of Hoopeston, tornado safe spot, if you're down there in Rossville, you would potentially be next. If you knew anybody that lives there along Route 1 between Rossville and Hoopeston, make sure they know what's going on here, folks, because we just had a confirmed tornado there. Jacob, what's your position now, and what are you seeing?
Kevin, I'm back at the Casey's here. I believe this is still down just on the west side of town. The rain is obscuring my view there. I have not seen power flashes. I have not seen debris yet. But this is an intense storm here, and I got to keep my eyes open on everything, Kevin, because this is a dangerous situation for the city of Hoopeston, Kevin. We're going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to be heading south in Route 1 to get ahead of it here, but it's right on the west side of town. I can see that strong rotation through the rain right over the First Farmers Bank here, right past the subway. This is a dangerous storm, Kevin. Back to you.
Okay, so he's looking at it there. It's right over Hoopeston as we speak. It's right over Hoopeston right now. We saw again that first little area of rotation that occurred. It was just this little skinny guy there. But if that hit something, it probably did some damage. And sometimes these things can be, not even 100 yards wide, sometimes even less than that. It can be 50 yards wide. It's not a huge area sometimes, and that's what we're kind of seeing here on radar. Is it might be a little bit of a smaller area, but these things can ramp up and become even stronger in a matter of minutes. So you can go from that's a little small thing to whoa, that thing has kicked up. It's coming down pretty good in Hoopeston right now. There's probably going to be hail on the east side, east of Hoopeston there. If you traveled along Highway 9 going east out of town, that's probably where the hail is. Rossville, you're next. Rossville, pay attention. Route 1, anywhere between Rossville and Hoopeston, that's the next location that we have concern about. Tornado warning continues here for northern portions of Vermilion County. And the warning does go all the way down to Bismarck, but we've got a little bit of time here, folks, before it gets to you. Biggest concern is going to be right here where this hook is. That's showing up right over Hoopeston. And now The question is going to be, does this thing take a little bit more of a southeasterly jog? Okay. Or does it continue to go just due south? And so you can see just how, we're talking about a mile or two, whether this thing goes straight down Route 1 into Rossville or if it goes just kind of east there. And so that's, we're going to have to wait and see what the next radar scan as it comes up. So the orientation of this storm, you've got this big hail core, you've got the heavy rainfall that is showing up here. It stretches down. Now, you're right along the Indiana-Illinois state line. Okay, now you're going to start to push this over into portions of Indiana. Okay, and the warning goes all the way down to Bismarck. For those of you in Danville, you're technically not even in a severe thunderstorm warning yet. It's just north of you. So just for the folks that are watching us there, you don't have anything yet. We'll start shouting out your towns. If we're not talking about your town, if I'm not saying your town, that's a good thing. When I start talking about your town, that's obviously not a great thing. So, so those of you that are kind of curious, just briefly here, because I don't want to discount what else is going on down here in Edgar County. Paris, you guys are getting hammered right now. That is a really strong storm. That is dumping an incredible amount of rainfall. There might even be some really strong winds, and then we're gonna have to watch that for any additional rotation that forms. I don't want to discount our friends down in Paris. We were just there a few days ago doing Weather on the Road in our town, and the folks there, we know that you guys tune in, so we want you guys to be paying attention here, but we've got to just focus in on that tornado warning that is still in effect, because it was confirmed there. Jacob saw it. We saw it right here, and now he's repositioning to try to get us that view to see if we can see anything again. This thing hopefully can just kind of peel off there just east of Rossville. I'm waiting for the new radar scan to come in to kind of tell us exactly what we've got. It does look like maybe it's trying to go just east of Route 1, but it's got to be a close call on how this progresses as it moves to the south to the Rossville area into Vermilion County. Slow moving. I'll say this, slow moving there. Jacob, you got an update for us? What do you got?
Hey, Kevin. So a couple of things I'm looking at. One, the old circulation is right here. There's something visible in there. I can't quite make it out, but I can tell that it's occluding. The new area of circulation, to me, sticks out more here east of Route 1, south of Hoopeston. And that's where I'm going to be watching now. Sometimes we see the rotation hand off and weaken. I don't think it's down in the old circulation, but the new one now is going to be 2 south of Hoopeston, right east of Route 1 in front of me. And the wind direction change where I am is telling me this is where the new circulation is. So it's now east of Route 1, at least the new circulation. I'm looking back to the old one. It looks like it's occluding more, but there still is some spin there. It doesn't have much time left. So really going to be focused now. Hoopeston to the south, Kevin. Not concerned for East Lynn, not concerned for Potomac, not concerned for Rankin, but really Route 1 to the south, Kevin. I'm going to go south to Rossville, and we'll have another update for you soon. Back to you.
Okay, so here's what we want to do here. The reason for this tornado warning is something that we witnessed here live just a few minutes ago. So what I want to do, so this is Jacob in the storm track. What you're going to see here in a second, and you're going to see some power poles there because he's right in town. He's right there at 1 and 9, that 4-way stop that's right there. And you're going to see in front of him basically this little rope, little circulation that formed. And so if we can, let's go ahead and roll that video. We zoomed it in for you. Now watch here, kind of in the center part of your screen. Okay, this was earlier. See it right there? You see that? Right behind the pole. That right there was the tornado. Now I know you're saying, wow, that's not very big. Well, if that thing, didn't hit anything, that is doing really, kind of micro scale, in a small area, damage potentially. So wherever that was, now maybe that was, possibly just maybe, west of town or something. It's hard to tell, but you can see. So that's going to be, kind of behind the CVS there. And it's kind of hard to tell depth perception on the distance of that, but that's what initially it was. And sometimes it can be something as small as that. And that's why sometimes when they go in and do tornado surveys and this house got hit, but this one didn't, you see how fast that can happen. And so that's what prompted the tornado warning, the confirmed tornado warning that we had. If we do get any reports of damage, we'll pass it along. You can also send reports to news@wca.com if you know about there in Hoopston, where some of that was, or if there is anything. Once the storm passes, you can send that over to us or let the Weather Service know. We can do that too. And that can really kind of help us out in this whole warning process, because we're trying to obviously warn everyone that needs to be warned, but not overwarn people that don't need to be warned, right? So we do that by using your reports as well. We saw with our own eyes there from the storm tracker with Jacob, and maybe now if there's some damage, you can let us know if there's still something going on. As Jacob was kind of mentioning, that rotation maybe trying to resurface there just east of Route 1. Jacob, you got a view into that storm. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so this is that area, and one of the problems with this part of Vermilion County is there's a lot of trees between here and Danville. But that's going to be where that new circulation's kind of picking up a little bit, and we're going to have to watch it closely. And I'm going to just turn this that way. If I can look behind me, that's northern Route 1, kind of looking up. And then right here, that is Rossville. So into town, Rossville is where that is. Circulation is going to be about a mile northeast of Rossville, and it's a little broad. It's not as intense as before, but you saw how quick that spun up, Kevin. That was pretty surprising. It's spinning pretty good, and all of a sudden we had within 60 seconds intense rotation and a tornado down there. So going to watch very closely now and keep an eye on things. Still have warm air feeding into it. There may be something back in there, but at this point, it's going to be hard for us to see fully what happens. But we're going to parallel this down Route 1, and I'm looking for Alvin at this point. Alvin next in line, Bismarck, and east of Henning there, where we're going to watch. I'm in Rossville now. Hoopston, I think, is all clear at this point, but now we're concerned about Rossville east to Alvin and Bismarck, Kevin. Live in the Storm Tracker, back to you.
Okay. And just to kind of show you guys again earlier, and what I want to do is I'm just going to kind of show where Jacob's position was first off. Okay. So he was essentially right here. And if we can take the radar full, if we can there, folks, real quick. So he was right here. Okay. So right there at 9 and 1. Where he was looking was basically to the north and west there. And so that would have put possibly that circulation somewhere like over here. So that actually, if you look at things, that's actually going to be just barely, outside of town per se, and more into maybe that field. So hopefully maybe that was just maybe in a field there. Of course, we don't want anybody's crops getting damaged or anything, but less structures there. It's just west of 1. If you're familiar, with that area, those are some farm fields there just to the west there where 9 and 1 come together. So that's essentially where it was, and maybe just a little bit north of that. So we'll see if there's any damage, but that's about where that was earlier, just to kind of give you guys a little bit of a reference point. So they went ahead and just brought it back to a regular tornado warning, and which makes sense because we saw it there, boom, but just how quick those form. I think you just witnessed one of the most perfect examples of how fast a tornado can form and also dissipate. And also a perfect example of how a tornado can hit one little area and then, 100 feet away, not do anything. And you saw that live here. So now we're watching this storm as it moves to the south towards Rossville. We're going to be watching Alvin. Between Rossville and Alvin, the tornado warning does continue here, folks. We're coming up here at the bottom of the hour at 6:30 as we continue. And again, so our policy always, we stay with this with the tornado warnings that are still in effect. And we still have that tornado warning that is in effect here for portions of Vermilion County. We're watching Rossville to Alvin. I will say this, as I look at it, the rotation on it looks less impressive. Okay. Or in better words, I should say, I guess it's looking better for us. Okay. In terms of not having the tornado threat as much. I hope that trend can continue. The problem is this area is still going to have a real, threat because there is a lot of instability and there's still some shear that shows up in this kind of corridor that runs essentially from, east of I-57. Widen the view out once again because, gosh, this storm that's down here into Edgar County is dumping rainfall here. There might be some hail in there and just bringing a lot of really, really heavy rainfall for you folks there in Paris and parts of Edgar County. So we are watching you guys, but we got to just stay with this tornado. We just had a tornado here, 10 minutes ago. And so we're kind of continuing to monitor that here. Jacob is on the storm, still giving us the views there. As you can see here on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, he's got a little bit of a clearer view. What's that view kind of looking like for you there with that base of the storm?
Yeah, so Kevin, I decided to cut east on Attica Street from Rossville. I'm going to take the back way down into Alvin. I think it'll be better than riding Route 1 because it's just a lot of trees. I wanted to get a view of it now. There's nothing obvious to me at this point. There certainly is a lowering. What we had before is I noticed the wind picked up out of the north on the back side, and that really spun things up. I saw that first 2 miles north of Hoopeston, blasted south into town to turn around, and then we saw that tornado drop there. I don't see that here at this point, but that's what I'll be looking for, is to kind of watch. The one thing I do notice, though, is the boundary that we've been talking about this storm is riding on. It is still clear as day on it, Kevin. And as long as it's on this boundary, one, it's gobbling up instability. There's a lot of it today. And two, it has got a lot of wind shear. And that just is the perfect recipe for tornado potential with this. They may not be long track significant tornadoes. They may be brief tornadoes. We don't know until it touches down, but if it hits your house, you're going to have damage. And so that's kind of the concern here with this storm, is it's been pulsing up and down and up and down. So we're going to be making that move towards Alvin and dropping back south and just watching things, Kevin. And if we see anything else, we'll let you know. Live in the Storm Tracker east of Rossville, heading to Alvin, I'm Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
Here's what I want to tell people in Hoopeston. You're in the clear. You can get out of your tornado safe spot. The tornado threat is now to your southeast. Hoopeston, you're okay. You are in the clear now. We're still watching there, basically east of Rossville to Alvin, where that rotation could be. But Hoopeston, you guys are good, okay? But I want you folks anywhere from Alvin to Bismarck to Rossville to be paying attention all the way to the state line there, east of Route 1. If you're west of Route 1, I don't have concern for you in Vermilion County. West of Route 1, as of right now, I don't have concern there. This is going to be just east of Route 1 now and in between the Rossville and Alvin here. So I'm just kind of, there we go, pull Alvin and Bismarck into that picture a little bit more so you can see it. Yes, that warning box does go just west of Route 1, but right now, where any of that rotation would be is going to be tucked in here, more east of Rossville. And like I said, east of Route 1, that's right through here. This gets into Indiana now. Okay, this is Indiana. This is the state line. This is Illinois, Indiana right here. So hopefully, if this thing can just kind of continue to peel off into Indiana, then that becomes more of an Indiana issue over there for the folks there into Warren County, Indiana. Okay. Boy, I will say this. The hail core has kicked up on that thing there on the east side. So that's going to be this little purple area here. There's a huge hail core on that. I was just kind of looking at that on some other data that we look at here. On the side, and boy, that thing is probably doing some tennis ball size hail potentially, and that I think that's going to be moving more into Indiana. It's going to be east of Rossville. It's going to be that. Well, Jacob said he was on Attica Road there, and so that's going to be going into Indiana where that hail core is. I was hearing some people talking about how green the sky was too at some points. So. Tornado warning continues. I know those of you who are watching in Danville and going, what about us? What's going on down here in Danville? Right now, I'm hoping this storm can continue to peel off there into Indiana and we can be done with it for our purposes here. We're still watching our storm that's down into Edgar County too. Really intense. That's also probably dumping a lot of heavy rainfall. So I just, I want and then let's see what else we got up here. Another storm up here into Kankakee County. We're going to be keeping a close eye on up there. And then back down here into Edgar, where it's going to, I think there's probably some hail in that thing too. And you're going to start dealing with a flash flooding threat, I have a feeling, there in Edgar County and probably Paris. So there's some hail probably in that storm and that extremely heavy rainfall. I'm not seeing rotation on the Edgar County storm, but I'm definitely seeing an incredible amount of rain, probably a ton of lightning. We haven't checked the lightning here in a bit. Yep, look at all those lightning strikes. And on a hot, humid day, it makes sense. You know, on these days like this, you can really get a lot of lightning. Let's come back to our storm here in Vermilion County. See what the lightning is like. Yep, still an intense amount of lightning with that. Concern continues for far northeastern corner of Vermilion County. I mean, now we're talking about just a sliver here of this that's left. If you're in Alvin, we're still concerned for you. We're still watching you guys carefully between Rossville and Alvin and to the state line. We're not seeing anything immediate. Jacob is out there. I'm on the storm, and so he's got eyes on it, and will let us know if he sees anything. But here we go, folks. If you're watching in Champaign, you're going, okay, I don't have anything here. Monticello, Decatur, it's calm, right? We still have a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect here until 9 o'clock, and it's basically for the I-57 counties and to the east. And you may be saying, okay, why aren't we getting anything further to the west? Well, there's a reason for that. There's actually a boundary. And the best way to illustrate where that boundary is by looking at the temperature. And you can see, and I'm just going to pull this up here. I just want to show you the temperature graphic, and it's going to show you where it's a little bit cooler and where it's a little bit warmer. And basically along that boundary on the cool side is where you have the better chance for some of those storms. Look at Springfield and Lincoln, you're 92, you're 84 in Decatur, 83 in Champaign. And then you can also tell that by looking at the heat index there. It is a lot hotter in areas like Springfield. Look at these numbers, 107, 109. Then you get to Watseka, Danville, Paris. And of course, we've had some rain and storms to account for that. But there is that boundary that's east of 57. And that's going to be where you are going to be able to get some of those storms to form. We'll go back to Jacob here real quick. He's got another view there talking about maybe some of the rotation there. What do you got? Where are you at exactly?
Yeah, Kevin, I am now east of Route 1. I'm actually right on the north side of Alvin. If I drive straight south, it takes you to Alvin through Bismarck and then by the Vermilion County Airport in that general direction on the northeast side of Danville. So folks who are this familiar with this area, kind of 119 as well towards State Line City, kind of heading in that direction, West Newell. There is some more rotation. It's starting to become a little more organized here. The base is getting a little lower. It does seem to be more northeast and north of my location. So we're going to drop into Alvin and get to the other side so we can sit between Alvin and Bismarck on 119 and look behind us and get another view, Kevin. But I am seeing signs. Maybe the storm's starting to pick up in intensity a little bit more again. We've been seeing it cycle pretty consistently all the way since Kankakee. It's trying to do it again, in my opinion here, Kevin. Live in the Storm Tracker in the Alvin area, I'm Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
All right. So tornado warning still in effect here, Vermilion County. Tornado warning, Vermilion County. Between Alvin and Bismarck would be kind of the threat area there and all the way to the state line, kind of eastward. And so we're basically looking at this little feature that's tucked in right in here, all right, northeast of Alvin. And so we're watching this here between Alvin and Bismarck all the way to the state line. Hail core in this has got to be pretty decent too. And that's going to be heading into Indiana now, more of the hail core there. The tornado would be somewhere tucked in here if there is any rotation on it. And again, it doesn't take much. It can be real skinny like we saw a little bit earlier when that happened there kind of on the west side of Hoopeston. There's the wide view there of the storm in Vermilion County. Again, it is north of Danville. One thing we have not done a ton of is try to look at some of our weather cameras here. We can look at the camera in Danville and just try to get a view and see if we can see anything as we kind of peer off to the north. Not fully confident we're going to see much other than maybe just kind of the structure of the storm, because again, the storm is pretty far north of town here, so we're going to see a little bit of a base here. And all right, we've got a little bit of a view. Let me just bear with me for a second, folks, and I will pull this up. So this is going to be the view in Danville as we look to the north with the storm. And so there you go. You can kind of see this tail on the, if we just take max 2 full there for a second, so I can kind of point things out just a little bit. So there's the view. Again, we're a good distance. That's why Danville, there's not as a concern for you. The storm is to your north. You got to look really carefully to try to pick out anything. Going to have some buildings that, might be in our way there, but nothing there that stands out to us. Let me peer off here just maybe a little bit. Yeah, we're going to be kind of blocked by some of the buildings there, unfortunately. But you probably saw there a little lightning strike there. Definitely quite a bit of lightning on the storm there in northern Vermilion County. And that thing, again, maybe trying to ramp up a little bit in terms of, a little bit of a hook kind of showing up on the radar. But that thing is going to be passing just northeast of Alvin by a couple miles there, maybe. And that is going to be sitting there on the state line. So there's the hook. We talked about it a lot. There's the hook, ramping up a little. Okay. Did we just go? All right. Sorry here, folks. I'm just kind of looking at some stuff. Sorry. Tornado warning does continue. Still concerned there between Alvin and Bismarck. Still think we got something there, folks. Still think we got something there. All right, so we're going to go to Jacob here in about a minute or so. That thing trying to kick up just a little bit. I think there might be something trying to go once again. This is going to be barely, and I mean barely, northeast of Alvin. We're watching you there in Bismarck. I think this thing might be trying to hook just a little bit more. We're going to go to Jacob. All right, Jacob, go ahead. What do you got there?
Yeah, Kevin, I was kind of looking at the back of my ear, or back of my eyes, back behind me. That right there is what I was looking at, and I can see some of those rain curtains starting to wrap around. And you can see it's surging here in front of it there. So it's trying to tighten up. This will be just northeast of Alvin, and we'll be heading into the State Line City area. And we'll be passing most likely east of Bismarck, but Bismarck, give us a little extra time. Alvin, shelter. And this will likely, the good news, Kevin, is I think this will stay northeast of Danville. Lightning is really intensifying here as well. And we talk about Indiana. I think it's heading towards Covington. It'll be heading towards the exit where the Beef House is. It'll pass between Danville and Covington there as well, and down towards Perrysville on its current path, Kevin. But seeing that rotation increase right here, and the lightning also picking up, we may have a new tornado soon. I'm on 119. I take the turn east towards Indiana, and that's where I'm located between Alvin and Bismarck, Kevin. We'll send it back to you. We're going to watch this, and if we see something, we'll let you know. Kevin?
All right, yeah, that's a really good view of the storm there. And so there's Jacob's view, because there's his location. You can see where he is, and he's looking right into that thing. And this would be possibly, where that tornado is. So again, kind of show you, there's Alvin right there. You're just south of Alvin, right?
Yeah, about halfway between Alvin and Bismarck. When 119 turns to the east, that's where I'm located here. So if I drive straight east a couple miles, I'll cross the railroad tracks, then hit the state line.
Look at that in front of you. Man, look at that. That's rotating pretty good.
Yeah, rotation is increasing, and so we're going to have to watch. It'll be crossing 119 about a mile east of the curves between Alvin and Bismarck, Kevin. And kind of looking back to my north here, I'm seeing that RFD cut again. It looks like it's trying to force it to spin a little bit more. So going to watch this very closely, Kevin.
Okay, so again, his position there, he's just south of Alvin, and looking off there to the northeast as that storm passes there along 119. And you could see the rapid movement in the clouds there. And that is literally what you look for as a spotter and as a chaser is that exact view there. Ooh, wow. That lightning bolt there. Talk about the lightning a little bit there. You've got, Jacob.
Yeah, the lightning has been very impressive with this storm too, Kevin, and it has been pretty incessant. It seems to pick up right before it wants to produce a tornado. And I noticed in Hookston, the lightning really intensified, and about 10 minutes later, it dropped that tornado. It's doing it again, Kevin. Everything's starting to point in the direction of developing a tornado, and whether it does it on this side of the state line or not, we're going to watch and see and keep you updated. Kevin?
Okay, thanks for the report there again. We're talking to our folks here that are basically just south and east of Alvin. That's exactly where that rotation is. Jacob's giving us those great views of the storm. There's probably a pretty good little hail core there. Again, folks that are maybe watching over in Indiana, let's talk about the West Lebanon area, maybe eventually, Covington, State Line City, if this kind of dives to the south and east, which is, right along the Indiana-Illinois state line, hence State Line City, right? That'll move into Warren and Fountain County. And that could be a concern for our folks over there that are right along the Indiana and Illinois state line. So we're going to be watching that. It does look like they've allowed the tornado warning to expire. Despite, again, maybe some of that rotation that's trying to pick up. I got to tell you, too, you're literally looking at one of the worst areas for tornado radar coverage in our viewing area. I'm just going to tell you straight. I really wish we could get another radar in this area. And we're just at the mercy of being smack dab between the Chicago, Indianapolis, and the Lincoln radar. And it's difficult to see things that happen here kind of northeastern Vermilion County. That's always kind of been the case. It's a limitation of the radar and the beam as it gets kind of shooting up way higher. But it's why it's important to try to have eyes on the storm, because it is really difficult to kind of see what's going on sometimes because of how far in the beam itself, the beam here is hitting at about, from the Lincoln Weather Service radar, at about 8,000 feet. That's pretty high up, right? A mile and 3/4. So you can't always see what's going on down at the surface. And so that is always kind of a tricky thing for us as meteorologists, trying to see what's going on in that neck of the woods. But so I got Jacob out there. That's why the spotters are out there doing their thing. Here's the thing, folks. This continues to push off there, and hopefully they're in more into, kind of Indiana, even though we don't want anybody to get hit, but this kind of transitions back over into coverage areas for some other folks. What we're going to do here, folks, is since there's not a tornado warning in effect, we're just going to take a breath here for a second, and we're gonna send things to break here in just a moment, in about 30 seconds. We're watching the storm down here into Edgar County and Clark County, and 10 storm there. And we're still watching the last little piece there that's now east of Alvin, which does look like this is going to slide east of Alvin and just east of Bismarck, okay, and move more into the Indiana area. We're going to come back after the break and have much more here. Let me get back into just a little bit of news. We haven't been able to cover all the news yet. So, folks, stay with us. We've got much more coming up here after the break.
Good evening. We now continue our news coverage after lots of severe weather. So for other top stories of the day, we are going to go to Springfield. That's where one state lawmaker says it's time for their staff to unionize. The push comes as the legislature's Ethics Commission prepares to release a report that, of course, will be outlining how former Representative Harry Benton allegedly sexually harassed his staff for years before being forced to resign. Language in the law has kept any union from getting off the ground in the past, but supporters of the effort say the Benton situation has made it clear they need to change the law and get staffers the protection they deserve. Just turn my mic off.
There have been many reactions to the scandal involving Harry Benton.
I would want to wring this person's neck if they did this to my daughter.
Benton's resignation hasn't done much to calm the calls for more accountability and protection at the Capitol. 2 victims have come forward saying they were sexually harassed by Benton while they worked in his office, and that House leaders waited years before taking action. They painted the picture of a sometimes hostile, uncaring work environment, and one that Representative Stephanie Kifowit tells me is far too common in many district offices.
It is unhealthy and really toxic to force our staff to work for 24 hours, which happened on the last day of session this year. It's unhealthy for lawmakers to be there 24 hours, and it's dysfunctional, to be quite honest.
Kifowit says the solution to many of these issues are union protections for legislative staff. But there is one major issue keeping the group from organizing.
The biggest roadblock is it's not allowed by law. So Illinois is supposed to be a union-friendly state, but in law, we specifically exclude our own staff from being able to join a union, which I think is hypocritical.
The 1984 Public Labor Relations Act specifically exempts legislative staffers from collective bargaining. Lawmakers around the Capitol tell me it was because the General Assembly didn't want to deal with the headache of negotiating contracts around the unusual working hours and duties that come from being a legislative aide. But Kifowit thinks it's high time that changed, and she tells me this week she's filing new legislation to make it happen.
I do believe that it needs to be brought up in this veto session or shortly, or more bad actors are going to act badly. And legislators have to be held to a higher standard, and our staff needs protection because it is clear that they're not being treated well.
The bill is being filed, but the earliest it could be debated is during the veto session in November. Before that happens, more details are expected to come out surrounding Benton's alleged harassment and what action House leaders took after they became aware of it. That report is set to release sometime on or before July 31st. Now to a news update out of Danville. That's where a third teenager has been arrested for a deadly shooting earlier this month. Danville police say 18-year-old Nathan Gray Jr. turned himself in at the Vermilion County Public Safety Building on Sunday. He was wanted on a warrant charging him with first-degree murder in
Okay, folks, back here with you on the live stream. So, all right, I'll be back with you folks here in just a second. Okay, folks, we're continuing our live coverage here with you. Still streaming here, just monitoring these storms. You know, we've got our friends over there in Covington. There are people that watch us over there, still in the Covington area, and of course, you know, I grew up over there in the Veedersburg area, and I know there's some people that still watch over there. I know my parents do. So, but we've been over to Covington for our towns before. I got to tell you, that is a hail core there. I have a feeling that the folks over there in Covington are probably getting some hail right now. Probably a good chance of some hail showing up in our storm there, and we'll be watching that. The rotating part of that storm is more on the state line and pushing into Indiana, into Warren County. Again, this was earlier reports, and let me just read this again, but Central Street and Crawford Street in Paris, several vehicles stuck in floodwater, road shut down in Paris from all that heavy rainfall that came through earlier. It's not raining there anymore. But Marshall, you guys are getting hit pretty hard now. Heavy rainfall there into Clark County, Marshall to Martinsville in Clark County. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for you guys. And then, yeah, look at that storm now now it's in Indiana. I mean, there's maybe just a sliver there. Vermilion County, but it's done. Now this is stretching over into Fountain County, Indiana, Warren County, Vermilion County, Indiana, with quite the little hail core there. That thing might be just dumping hail after, you know, maybe the updraft holding it up for a good period of time, and now might be just really bringing that hail in. Those of you that are still here with us on the live stream, let us know if anybody is tuned in over there in Indiana, over into Covington, over into Perrysville, and over to Foster. All right, folks, I'll be back with you here in just a second on the live stream. We'll continue to just kind of monitor things for you here, and we'll jump on and maybe check back with Jacob here in just a second. So stand by here as we're watching our storms over into west central Indiana. All right, back here with you on the live stream. We do have some people there watching in Perrysville, in Covington, Veedersburg, and the state line. So we're still going to hang with you folks here. State line city, pretty much where that rotation was, and now that hail core. Oh, man. We're starting to get some of the whites on the radar now. Make sure this is my Indy radar. Let me double check here, because now we're going to... I don't have Indy radar turned on. Okay. Let me turn on Indianapolis. Good little hail core. There's going to be east of State Line City, and like I said, maybe heading over there towards Covington. Oh. Let's see if we can find Jacob. He's in a little rough area of coverage. All right. Ooh. Okay. All right, folks. So there's Jacob there. He's just north of the beef house. He says he's gonna go get me some dinner, I guess. We've lost his signal for a second. We're gonna try to go to him in a second. All right, Jacob, your mic's on. We see your back camera.
Hey, Kevin, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hear me a little bit?
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's rough over here, but I'm not far from the beef house. Everyone knows where that is. The rain's kind of rapid. I'm keeping a close eye on things here. I'm jutting to the south, trying to get a better view by the interstate as I head exit. So keeping an eye on things. I'll probably lose you about to go down to the river bottom. Kevin, back to you.
All right. So we got his shot there. Shut his mic off. Come back here. What do we got here? Where did they just issue? Let me see real quick. Severe thunderstorm warning. Who's this for? Severe thunderstorm warning for. Oh, that's going to be down there and Clark and Crawford. So Jacob is over there. Man, there's okay. So, all right, Jacob. All right.
Hey, Kevin, I am located just to the northwest of the beef house exits, kind of in between state line seating where the beef house is. And I tell you what, I don't see any good lowerings at this point. Things look a bit mushier. The boundary, it looks like it's kicked out ahead of the storm, and now it's in that stable air. So that's good. You know, we wanted the storm to outrun the boundary or the boundary to outrun the storm. And the boundary has outran the storm, I think, here. Still seeing rain. Had some heavy rain earlier. There's probably still some hail. There appears to me as well to be some side lobe contamination on radar. There's some bright colors. It didn't stick out to me as an issue. But I bet there's some hail in Covington. We're right in that hook there. Coming up to the interstate pretty quickly here, and I'll cut back to the east towards Covington. But I think Covington, Perrysville points east. Going to get some large hail. I don't see a lot of tornadic concern right now. Doesn't mean it can't change, but it just doesn't look like it did by Hoopston and Rossville, Kevin. There's not a lot of organized visible structure with this one. So maybe I'll get some beef house. Kevin, you got me a roll last time. You need me to get you a roll? That's going to be the new tornado food, right? You know, anytime there's severe weather, let's have some beef house rolls. Yeah. Yeah. Not bad. So here you go, Kevin. If you can see my camera, I'm going to drive into that rain. This is looking straight east. And all around me, I see no visible base here. It's all very mushy. It's all very much raining itself out, it appears. Maybe the storm's trying to split. I can't really tell, but there's nothing. I'm in the middle of that hook, if you can see my location, and there's nothing to my north or west that indicates a lowering or severe weather potential. So let me rephrase that. Tornado potential. I think there's still hail, obviously, and I might drive into Covington to find out. Hit the interstate, Kevin, but or maybe I'll take the highway. But anyways, that's kind of where we're at now, heading east towards. What's the highway there, Kevin? You know that area better than me. Is that 42? 63. I'm going to go in the east. I'm going to cross the north-south wind, so I'll be crossing 63 shortly, I think. Get a chase over here enough to get Beef House. Oh, and speaking of, Kevin, you did leave your wallet in the car, so I'm going to be taking that in to get some of that food. Did you want me to use the MasterCard or the Discover? Which one? It's tropical, that's for sure. I forgot about that. That was this morning. Sheesh. All right, I'm hopping on 136 heading east. I'll probably just drive. The wind looks like it's kind of hitting in front of me now a little bit more. So there we go. There's my front view. I'm getting more of a northeast wind at this place. Again, I just looked to my left. Heavy rain behind me, and I'm almost to 63 now. So, what kind of hail is this thing saying on radar, Kevin?
Let's look. It's come down a little bit, but there might still be some half dollar size hail, I guess. Looks like we lost your audio there for a second. But yeah, so if you're on 136 there, you will eventually come to 63 and yeah, all right.
Can you hear me, Kevin?
Yeah, I can hear you there. You just came back.
What'd you say hail size was?
Half dollars.
We'll drive into it.
I think a storm tracker can handle $50.
Yeah, it deserves a few dings. So crossing 63 now on 136 east.
Okay.
That's a heavy rain.
So yeah, I have drove that stretch of road a million times in my lifetime. That was a stretch of road that I took to go to work over in Danville when I worked at the radio station. From Petersburg to Covington to Danville.
Yeah, I'm by the Romine Corner coming up here.
Yeah, if you're going to come up there to the little car dealership there. Was it Apple, I think? Apple Chevrolet?
I got to test your memory.
No,
here.
I admittedly, I've
Not after midnight yet, but.
Yeah, so you got Flex and Gate over there on your left.
There's Flex and Gate, yep.
And then you're going to have a little, well, it was a car dealership. I don't know if it's still there or not. I can't remember if it is. I've not, yeah, Ford.
Yeah, Ford. There's a Ford
There
dealership
yeah,
right there.
there you go. Yeah.
I got some electric charging stations back there, I see. And then the next thing, we'll go around the bend, cross the bridge, and be in Covington.
That's right. And let's see if you see any flooding there. Just be careful. It has been raining a bunch. That when you come down, you're going to come down some curves there, and you're going to come down to the bottom there towards the river. So be on the lookout there. Hey, shout out in the chat. Tanner Siebold says K-Rock. Tanner, a friend of mine, his brother, me and him were best friends. Tanner's in the chat over there. He's over in Petersburg. He's a volunteer firefighter over there in Petersburg. Shout out Tanner over there. His brother Jeff was a weather geek like myself, and he's like really high up in the Navy as a meteorologist.
Hey, while
which is
I'm
pretty cool.
coming into Covington, Kevin, those storms up in Benton and Iroquois County, they kind of stand out to me a little bit.
Oh
Is it
yeah.
more stable back up there?
It's let me see here. It's a little bit more stable.
That Benton,
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Benton County one.
Yeah, Benton County. It does look impressive on radar, but there is way less instability up there than just to the west. But so it looks like that hill core passing just south of Covington now, so you probably just missed that. But let's peel in town there, see if you see any
Just missed
flooding.
Got any restaurant recommendations over here, Kevin? What's the place to eat in Covington
Ooh,
besides Beef House?
well, yeah, you could. I would say, I don't know if they're still open or not, but Benjamin's is a little diner place. Benjamin's.
Hey, there's the place.
Yeah, look out for the flooding. Benjamin's in Covington is pretty good. If you like a little classic little burger, kind of place. There was
Well,
a-
I've got your credit card, so I'm not for
Yeah.
anything.
There's a place there on the square right by the courthouse too. I don't know if that's still there or not. It's been a while.
Oh wow, gas is $3.39 over here.
You're welcome to Indiana.
I can say those things on the stream here.
Yeah. You're gonna come up to a little gas station on the right, and I believe is it an IGA? Is that an IGA that's going to be up there on your right?
Coming into downtown here in
Yep.
just a bit. The Fountain Trust Company Banking.
Yep. You see a gas station there on
There's
your
Subway,
right.
CVS,
Yep.
gas station.
And then the grocery store just past that.
It's raining pretty hard, I'll say that. There's
Yeah.
some minor ponding on the roadway. I haven't seen anything. There's the square.
Yeah, come up to the stop sign there, hang a left.
County
Or
Market.
County
store,
Market.
Right?
Okay, it used to be an IGA, I think. County Market. Sorry.
Well, and then they're changing all the county markets. What are they calling them again? Is it Neiman?
Oh yeah,
Neiman's?
I don't even
Neiman
know.
Foods?
Yeah. So that's
They're
downtown.
probably only doing that in Illinois.
That's downtown there.
Cute little place.
Yeah, they got little spots there. And so if you go down the road just a little bit more, on your right hand side is going to be Benjamin's. That would be
There's the UPS office, post office, USPS that is.
by the way, folks, if you haven't figured it out, we are in what we consider to be the after midnight part of the show.
See this? The wild. Does it look like a house or is it an actual restaurant?
No, it's a restaurant. It'll be up here. It'll be just before the four-way stop. Or is there a stoplight there
okay.
now?
Yeah, I'm just
I
passing
can't
the
remember if it's a
cemetery.
four-way stop or a stoplight there. Man, I'm not gonna lie. I don't drive this route when I go back to Petersburg. I just take the interstate, so I usually don't get on 136.
Some little nostalgia for you.
Yeah,
Four-way
yeah,
stop,
yeah.
and take a right, I can get to the interstate.
Yes,
And it looks like Benjamin's is right,
Right
here in
on-
the corner.
right on the right there. Yep, that's gonna be Benjamin's there, right there.
There it is. Benjamin's Family Dining.
Oh yeah, there it is. Get your little burger.
Lights are on.
But yeah, you want to go right to go back to the interstate if that's what you do. And you'll have the the VFW up there right in front of you. Used to be a restaurant there called Maple Corner, and yeah, it closed down a while back.
They got the VFW and they got their plane in the
Oh
front
yeah,
yard there. That's pretty cool. The Big Mac.
yeah, big plane right there.
It looks like they just put a severe thunderstorm warning on that Benton County storm. I might stick Boswell in my. Looks like it's going to turn me back around through town. Yeah, we're going to turn back around and go from town to get to Boswell.
Yeah, you'll have to. Like I say, you're gonna have to peel north back on 63.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little pond under the water here on the roadways.
Jacob, remember, you do have to do the morning show.
Oh, I don't go to bed till 10, 11 o'clock most nights anyways.
Oh gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah. I learned if I take naps, I crick my neck, and so no naps allowed.
Let's not do that.
Well, Kevin, tell us a story from your heyday back in Petersburg and Covington around here. What's something fun you did as a kid? Did you TP someone's house?
Well, I'll tell you this: we didn't like Covington. They were rival. Covington. Actually, we didn't like Attica. Attica was more of a rival, but Covington, Attica, we were the three schools there in Fountain County. But yeah, Covington. I won't say what we called them. There was a nickname for them that I will not say on the live stream.
I can only imagine.
Yeah,
Some little creativity there.
Oh yeah. Had to do with the river.
You probably called him. Okay, I was thinking. I won't say it.
yeah. Careful now. It isn't past midnight.
This is not FCC, protected or anything here at all. The digital side is pretty Wild West when it comes to that.
Yeah.
I don't even. Well, maybe they are, but usually our bosses could watch when the tornado warnings stop, and I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, there's a bit of potting of water here in downtown. It's a nice little square here. I'm actually kind of
they got a nice little square. There used to be I think a courthouse cafe there.
It's like a couple of buildings have turned to derelict, whatever that is.
Yeah.
Dilapidated. But, here we go. There's some water for you.
Some water. The McDonald's that's there is actually only a few years old, or I don't know, it might be more than 2 now, but the McDonald's is a big deal. Covington got a McDonald's a few years ago.
Wow. Is this a 1 stoplight town or a 2 stoplight town?
I think it's a 1. I'm trying to think because they've got those flashing lights there. Yeah, I really think it is just a 1.
Yeah.
Just a 1 stoplight there, right there on the square. I can't think of another one. I don't think there is. Yeah, there's the old new McDonald's. Newer.
There's like an old restaurant right there by the McDonald's. It's not there anymore.
Good people over there, though.
Is anyone in the chat from Covington?
Oh yeah, we've had some.
Are they?
Oh yeah. We had some people that that said the name, and some of them said that they're proud. And then yes, confirmation of 1 stoplight. Confirmation of 1 stoplight.
Did we just start a civil war in the county by taking a visit and stirring the pot?
Well, probably.
Pot stirrers were.
Probably did, but yeah. Petersburg kid at heart. It's fine. Fountain County though, love to Fountain County and my folks over there in Indiana. Again, and I think what people don't really some people may not fully realize is, so Fountain County and Indiana, growing up, we were able to see the Champaign stations and the Indy stations. It's back when we got both markets, and so
The old analog signal.
Yeah, exactly. You got it all. And so you could see Champaign and you could see Indianapolis. Well, a lot of us would watch Champaign because that's where the storms came from. And, Indianapolis wouldn't cover us as much. We're clear on the west side of their viewing area. But we'd watch Judy and Robert and all them tell us about the storms coming our way. And so there are still people that can watch us from over there. Again, we did in our town, Covington, and so yeah, it's kind of nostalgic. Tanner, my buddy Tanner says, "Bring back the W." That's so funny. The W on the screen, a classic.
Didn't they used to point at the corner of the studio towards the ceiling to broadcast that by some old-fashioned magic? Do you remember hearing how they did that?
I never heard that. I wasn't sure, but back in the days, trying
I have to ask Matt Metcalf. I
overlay that. Yeah.
I thought it was they pointed to the roof. I'll have to ask Matt Metcalf next time he's in town. You just see the W, you knew something was going on. You didn't know where.
Yeah. It's funny. We had the W and then WICD, WICS, because it was ICD back in the day. They also had a W, but it was like in a different font. And I always find it so interesting, when the W was on, both stations. WICD had it too. It wasn't just WCIA. I don't know what WAND did. I can't remember. Admittedly, we didn't watch them because they were Decatur, we didn't watch that. But WICD, technically, Danville, that signal kind of came out of. So
yeah. Oh, that's a pretty big flexing gate facility there. I didn't realize it was that big.
It is, yeah.
Chimneys, is there a coal plant back there or something? What's going on back there?
Well, I'm not sure what they do now. My uncle worked there for a really, really long time when I was a kid.
Really?
Many, many, many years. Yeah, it used to be called something else. I can't remember what it used to be called. I'm showing my age here. It was called something else when I was growing up, I think. All right, let's see what we got here on radar. Looks like
cats and dogs. It looks like him.
Yeah, coming down pretty good up there in Boswell. Fowler. Looks like the storm largely kind of passed the parents there in Petersburg. They didn't get as much over in Petersburg.
Well, another day, another chase, another tornado on TV, Kevin. I don't know how many we've done this year, but
yeah, pretty wild.
That ramped up pretty quick there in Hoopeston.
Yeah, I mean, that thing just kind of did its thing. Just right there. It's really interesting. And again, it was center on your video, but there were some of the power poles in front of you. It's like you kind of see it. It was so skinny, but pretty clear. And again, I think it might have been just west. It might have been out in that field there, just kind of based upon what we were looking at, because they're 1 and 9. That kind of starts the west side of town there, and there's those farm fields just west there of 1. So hadn't heard of any damage for anything.
No, and I didn't see any power flashes either.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was not by much, but it was right there.
Yeah.
Where I was sitting, there's the subdivision on the east side of Route 1. It was probably just west of them on 4200 North.
Yeah.
It was pretty close. So
Lost you there briefly. Oh man, I gotta tell you, that storm south of Perrysville. Am I looking at that right? Let's see what the radar's telling me. Yeah. Such a bad area to see stuff. All right, we've lost your audio there. Where are you at? I'm trying to see where you at.
I keep dropping in and out a little bit.
Yeah, I see that. Where are you on right now?
Well, I don't know. Where do you think I am?
That looks like six. Are you back on 63?
Sure am, heading north. I figure what I do is, if I go up and look at the storm there by Boswell and Attica, then I can just cut back to Hoopeston and take a peek around before dark and then go home. Honestly, for as bad as the guidance was for all of these storms, I kind of felt like we did good with the placement of stuff. Like,
Yeah.
what? Hang on.
Uh-oh. What is going on? I just got it triggered for
Tornado
something.
warning. Crawford County. Crawford County tornado warning.
I say something just went off.
Tornado north of Robinson.
Yeah, I see a little something there. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Okay. Oh man, there's a couple areas of circulation there.
One of them looks like it's dead center where that hail is.
All right, yeah, let's come down to our Robinson storm. All right. Some good hail, a little bit of a hook there. Man, there's like 2 areas of rotation in that. Yeah, pretty good hail core.
Oh, wow, it's already 8:30. No, I'm in Eastern time. It's 7:30.
Yeah, Eastern time. You get an hour back. You get an hour back. All right, so we got our storm down here. Basically, Annapolis, Trimble, north of Robinson. Just a little bit of rotation. Radar indicated. Yeah, and I think largely, it is so hard to get these north-south storms to kick up a tornado, and I think a lot of that has to do with not having the same kind of backed winds at the surface sometimes. I mean, it's close. I mean, we had a little bit more of a south component. I mean, you need a little more southeasterly.
I think the other thing is the boundary that it was on. That was very helpful in that, to have a southward boundary come through. I was pretty impressed by that. Typically north to south storms, and it was one of those days where you're checking the boxes to make it happen. A lot of times those south moving storms, the wind blows out and undercut storms, and that just didn't happen today, which is pretty impressive.
Robinson is in line for this storm if it's got anything in it. So, folks down there, be paying attention. They extended, what did they do? They extended the severe thunderstorm. Oh, that's Indiana, for the Indiana counties. So again, Crawford County is technically Terre Haute coverage area, but we know that we've got people that watch us down there because when was the Robinson tornado? Was that 23?
Yes, March 31st, 2023.
2023. All right, let's pull the radar out. All right. So, still a couple storms here. Yeah, Iroquois County, nothing crazy. A little shower storm activity there. Stronger storm there. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for northern Fountain County, Attica. Talked about Attica earlier. It's Lebanon. For that cell that's coming out of the Boswell area and diving south. And then the other storm there that is pushing to Park County and down there towards Turkey Run. And then our other cell down here into Crawford County. Another little hail core there west of Trimble. I would be trembling if I was in Trimble and had my car out in this hail. Rotation wanted to pick up a little bit. Just so hard this area here. Anything along the state line, I'm like, do I use Evansville, Indianapolis, Lincoln, or Chicago? State line radar, we need one.
Meanwhile, I'm about to drive into it now between Attica and Boswell for the Benton County storm.
All right, here, let's pull up your camera.
Is there any hail estimates in the storm from you, Kevin? I don't think it looks particularly large, but
let's see here. There's a little rotation in there. There's still some chasers on that storm too.
yeah.
There's still a little bit. So you're going to come up to 41 and 63, right? Or it kind of
Correct.
morphs.
Merges together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looks like there's maybe a little bit to my northwest. So hopefully I can clear some of these trees over here.
Should be just to your northwest. Just barely. There's still some broad rotation in there.
In front of me, you can see these clouds are moving pretty quickly right to left. They're moving east to west into it. Which is kind of weird to see. Stuff's going backwards, but
yeah,
that's what you have to think about. You know, south moving storms, everything's turned 90 degrees.
Yeah. I think it's got a hail core in it, man. It's not a it might be. It's kind of healthy. Ooh, there's a little hook trying to form.
Well, I might stop once I get under where the. Are you thinking that hook is closer to that, or is it up by Ambia?
Just southeast of Ambia.
I see that there. Okay, coming around the corner, we'll get a peek here. It's very dark, I'll say that. Some of the green color earlier tonight was pretty
Yeah.
impressive to me.
Well, that's why I was like, oh man, we're about to do another one, because last time we had green, we had multiple tornadoes.
That rotation's between Stoy and Robinson's pretty impressive too. Just kind of peeking at that. And that might be our last storm, as long as this Iroquois County one behind this one stays tame. It doesn't look that impressive. But
No, it doesn't.
how much do I trust things right now? 0.
Yeah, well, be glad to get this out of here.
Yeah. What do you say? I just drive straight north into this.
I'm gonna say, I'm surprised you're not in there. Are you on 41 now?
Sure am.
All right. I'm surprised you're not in the rain yet.
Honestly, you're not wrong about that.
It should, unless it's. Oh, it might have passed.
Ooh, that's green.
Yeah, I would say there's a hail core in there.
There's a lot of green in there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of green in there. You can't see very well on the camera, but it is mean and green looking.
Yeah. So that hail core probably is right in front of you.
Yeah, it really is. It's going to be between me and where Route 9 turns into. Is it Route 9 turned into Indiana 22? Does that sound right? You take it all the way to Lafayette from
20,
Clemson?
26.
26? Yeah, it's between me and 26 there. All right, so I can see actually a pretty decent low base to my left over there.
I wouldn't drive too far north. You're going to get into that hail.
Oh, why not? Hard to see, but beyond those trees over there is a fairly flat looking base. And that's going to be to the northwest.
Yeah, once that kind of heavy rain passes.
What's the GR estimate on it?
2.06.
Cars driving south don't have their blinker on, so
Yeah. Well, I think
that's a good sign.
in the next 2 minutes that heavy rain is going to start passing just east of 41, and then you'll see right into the base clear.
It almost looks like the wind. It looks like the wind turbines are sticking into the clouds.
Oh yeah.
Holy crap! Woo! Did you hear that?
I did hear that. we all right?
That literally struck the road. Yeah, that struck the road right next to me. Woo! That spooked me.
Oh man. Oh man. You have. Uh-oh. Did I hear hail?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I'm going west now.
Yeah, I think there's some chasers.
Strike a lightning there.
Yeah, I think there's some chasers might be on that road.
All right. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize the camera wasn't turned. You see how low that base is in front of me there? It looks like those wind turbines are sticking into the clouds.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if they actually are, but the appearances.
It's exactly where the rotation would be.
Get a little hail here now. maybe by driving west, I'll avoid the hail a little more.
Ooh, the hail ticked up 2.79.
Well, I'm heading west. I think I'll be out of it then. Woo. Would you agree with my assessment? If I keep sneaking west, I might avoid it, maybe, hopefully.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it just went up to 3.44. Oh. Yeah, you're going west, right?
Kevin.
Yeah. Can you
I
hear
am,
me?
yeah. Let me
Okay.
turn around. We're getting a new storm tracker.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, keep peeling.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Some of that hail there. Oh,
Let's look at, is that a little green up in front of you there?
oh yeah, there's some hail, Kevin.
Okay. All right, stop sign there. Watch it.
I see it. I figure out which way to go.
So wait, so that's west. So I mean, I guess you probably need to peel south, right?
I'm trying to find my location in a
Hold
map
on,
here.
yeah, so am I. Oh man, dude, you were right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go south.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go north
It's pretty dark.
and you can't go east.
Let's hope I didn't make a faux pas right now. I feel like that's a big hail right to my left. Looking at that over there, not far away. About a half mile, I'll be able to go back east, and hopefully. I think I'm gonna avoid most of it as is.
You're right on the edge.
I'm right where I want to be.
You're right on the edge. Ooh, chaser? That's a chaser, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Well, you know you're in the right
he's
spot
turning
there.
around. Yeah, right. Or he knows he's in the right spot.
Robinson's getting hit pretty good with probably some hail now. Looks like the
Good grief. I'm right in the hook of that thing here in Benton County.
yes, you are. Robinson, I think Robinson has got probably hit by some pretty good hail. Rotating part of that, probably just southwest of town. And yeah, you're in the hook.
Okay, I'm heading east. Heading west, I'm sorry.
Try to find you here. All right.
Yeah, I'm in the hook.
Bad connection there for a second. Got your back. All right, let's see here.
I might be in a little pickle here, Kevin.
Hold on. Check. You need to go south, my friend. South, south, south. What direction are you traveling?
You said I need to go south?
I would go south.
Not a lot of
Are you
good
traveling
options out
west?
there. I've got a mile and a half to go, and I think I'm just going to get stuck in it. So it's been nice knowing you, Kevin.
What direction are you traveling right now?
West.
Okay.
I'm a mile away from 600 West Road. Let's see. This is West Road, but I don't have an option south here. It's a dirt road. I ain't taking that.
600 west, if you can go south on that, can get you out of it.
Not making it time. It's definitely raining hard in front of me, so. Yeah. Is it still warned for $50?
Let's see what it's warned for. It is warned for Ping pong. Orange for ping pongs.
Oh yeah, there's hail in front of me. All right, buckle up. Here we go.
Real quickly here, people asking about Robinson. So again, you guys just had a hail core. It's sliding southeast. The rotation on that is west of town. So just to show you the radar here real quick, and we'll go back to Jacob, but the storm there in Robinson, the hail core just came through. Okay. And then the rotating part of that is going to be southwest of town, so not as concerned about that. Okay. You made it to 600?
Yep, I'm dropping south now. Boy.
You were right on
Look
the
how
edge.
dark this is over here.
You were right on the
Oh,
edge.
man. See how dark that is over there?
Yep, yep.
That is one menacing storm. I don't think I've seen a storm that dark in a long time. I mean, that's just...
Yep.
I've only gotten little hail so far. Boy, Attica's about to get slammed between Attica and West Lebanon.
Yeah, you just barely made it out of that hail core. What was that?
Hail.
You are in the hook, my friend.
That's the only fun place to chase.
You're in the bear's cage.
Seems like maybe more of the hail's off to my east now.
It should be off to your north and east, but you still got a little pocket of heavy rain you got to fight through there.
You know, I'll be on the road that takes you straight, if I go straight west, it'll take me to Rossville, right here.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Attica
I kind of want
Road.
to go east, Kevin. You know, it's not often I get fun. I'm going to just peek east a little bit. Watch this blow in front of me.
Oh, man. The hail core on that thing just went berserk. Got white on my radar.
Something tries and spins up. It's going to be real close in front of me here.
Yes, it will be. Yes, it will be.
But I haven't seen a lot of lightning, so.
Well, if you see any of those wind turbines suddenly start to tip over,
Fall over. Yeah. I won't hear him, but I'd see him. I'm barely getting any rain where I am now. It's kind of weird.
you're in the hook.
Yeah.
You're in the rain-free base
Look
there.
around. Let's see, wind direction now. It's not moving a whole lot.
Fellow chasers in front of you there.
I don't know.
Locals.
Couldn't tell. I guess the hail core is still to my northeast, isn't it?
Yeah, it's to your northeast. Hey, hold on one second. I got to talk to Travis here real quick. All right, we're back with you here on the stream. We got Jacob, who is in the deluge.
I'm in Judyville.
All right, back with you here. There's Jacob. You can see on the radar. It's about his location. I can see how far he's still in the rain. Hail core coming down a
Just
little
past
bit.
Judyville.
Just past Judyville. And there's still a hail core there. But they did issue, it's interesting, they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one does include the old Petersburg area there. So it's kind of, it's diving south and east, and so got a new warning here that does encompass more of Fountain County. And St. Petersburg, and I have to batten down the hatches here before too long. Are you going east or south? You're going east,
East.
aren't you? Yep.
Sure am. There was hail. I wanted to see it.
How big do you think you had when that was hitting the car? Is it quarter?
Probably quarter, yeah. It didn't seem terribly big. It's starting to get a little bit now.
Let's say
Oh, yeah.
you're gonna get back into it here. All right, folks, we're still here with you. Jacob is also probably about to put the storm tracker into some golf balls. All right.
Hasn't been a whole lot. Doesn't seem that large. I'm at 41 now.
You're back to 41. Yeah, so 41 does a little weird
Yeah.
kind of curl back around there.
I mean, I could drive to Attica.
Well,
Maybe I'll just go a mile to the southeast and have some fun.
I would not want to
I would
drive.
be right in the hail court.
You would be in the hail court. Yes, I would. I don't recommend. Do not recommend.
Feeling a little risque tonight, I guess.
I've taken that exit a many a times coming back from Chicago when I've had to come down 41.
I think that's an underpass up here, right, Kevin? What are the odds someone's sitting under the underpass right now?
Oh, well, good question.
Just a couple of bigger sized tail pieces. Thinking on the.
I'm going to say probably going to be right in it.
Hey, I just got to be on at 5 a.m. So. So I guess we're on the overpass.
Yeah, you need to be on the bottom part there.
Not a lot of traffic in the highway. Some of the semis are moving slower down there. They don't look like they have their hazards on them. Oh, wow, that headcore really picked back up, didn't it? Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, you're right in it, brother.
I'm right on the west edge of that. Trying to look in the grass here, see if I can get a size. It doesn't look huge.
Keep in mind, this whole thing is diving south.
Oh, well, I'm going southeast. Perfect.
So, yeah.
Had to do some repairs in the engine a few times, but we've never had any. I don't think we've ever had any cosmetic damage.
What did they just issue now? What is issue something? Hold
All
on.
these.
Stand by. Okay, tornado warning no longer in effect down there into Crawford County. Jacob, are you there? You okay?
I'm back. I'm back.
You all right?
Oh, yeah, all's well.
Okay.
100 North and US 41. Hasn't seemed overly large. I've been unimpressed.
You're in the final warning. I guess you're still down there in Lawrence, but we do get a nice little view here on the Danville camera looking northeast into the storm. We actually have a pretty little view. Check this out. Yeah, look at that. There's like a little lowering. Look at that. Huh. So that's looking, again, we're looking into the storm there towards Covington. So that's Danville looking to the northeast. It's kind of peeking around. Just a big, long shelf cloud there. What is that thing? It's a Scud. It's a lot of what we call Scud. A lot of low hanging clouds. That's what we're kind of looking at here on our camera, are these kind of scuddy looking clouds. Oh, Jacob's back.
Hello.
Are you in Williamsport?
Sure am. Seems like a nice little town.
Seeger High School. Another one of our rivals.
Because what county am I in now? Am I in Warren County?
You're in Warren County, yeah.
Is that where I'm at?
Yeah, you're in Warren.
So did Williamsport had their own high school? Attica had their own high school?
Yeah. So Attica and Covington and Fountain Central in Fountain County, even though technically Petersburg, but Covington was Covington High School. Attica was Attica High School, but it wasn't Petersburg High School. It was Fountain Central. Used to be Petersburg High School. My parents went there. But yeah, and then up there in Warren County was Seeger, which is technically west of Williamsport, north of West Lebanon. And they were called Seeger High School.
Where'd that name come from?
That's a great question. I don't think I know. You get any flooding?
Downtown Williamsport.
Yeah.
There's some ponding on the roadways, but nothing that sticks out to me.
So
Nice little downtown area here.
Williamsport, actually known for, they have like a little hospital there.
The Ascension or something like that?
Yeah, Ascension St. Vincent Medical Center, which is like, I mean, it's the biggest, quote, hospital in the area. Oh, yeah, goodness.
Cars coming at me had their flashers on, so that tells me they were having fun driving through.
Looks like the hail core's collapsed. Pretty good. Just a lot of heavy rainfall there. A lot of scuddy looking clouds. You can see them on our camera.
I think there's some power outages over here because I've noticed some homes don't have lights. That just past the Dollar General, the emergency lights are on inside. So there's been some power outages over here somehow. I've seen some farms and I thought they should probably have some lights on, but
Let's see what we got here. Ooh, looks like Clark County. Something must happen down in Clark. They got 2,761 without power in Clark County. Indiana, let's come over here. It's like, not seeing much. People just go to bed early in Indiana, maybe.
maybe with the Dollar General, you know, there's exit lights and the power goes out, the white lights turn on.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that. So some of these houses I'm passing now have their lights on.
Oh, somebody answered the question about Seeger. Ura Seeger, a local farmer, donated the farmland years ago for our school. There you go.
We might just have some people from Indiana watching for fun.
Yeah, there were. Yeah, quite a few. Even up there. I should have told you to go over to Cataract Falls. Cataract Falls is the largest waterfall in the state of Indiana over there. Or Williamsport Falls, I guess what they call it.
Oh, interesting. Is it on the river or is it like a little tributary that spills into the river?
Well, like I said, it's like a waterfall that kind of goes over a
Little bluff.
little bluff, And I mean, for what it is pretty impressive. Just I
Gonna
think
be rushing tonight.
yeah, I was going to say I bet it's coming down pretty good with that water. The tallest waterfall in the state.
At 12 feet high.
Yeah, no, yeah. Let's see here. Williamsport. Let me see if I can find this. Williamsport Falls, a height of 90 feet. Oh, sorry. According to this,
Really?
second tallest waterfall in Indiana. Warning, you will get wet.
Learning you a what?
Warning, you will get wet.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, man. Got a nice little camera view here on our Danville camera looking into that storm. Going into Covington again. Ooh, I just saw the lightning on our camera too. Oh, how about that? Must have been a good one.
Not as good as the bolt that was right next to me.
Yeah, when you screamed, "Oh crap!" Ooh, so now we're getting
Was
to the
your
night.
first thought deer?
Well, yeah, usually, right? Usually deer.
Seems like I always come across deer in the storm tracker.
Good little cloud bank there. You can see it from our Danville camera looking straight east. Wish I could see behind that building. The edge of that shelf cloud. Let's see it right there. Oops. I want to see right there. Right there is where I want to see. Oh, did you see that flash? Oh, building's always in the way. Ooh, look at that little bolt. I think this is wanting to back build a little bit into Vermilion County. So. Again, folks, kind of looking at our storm here. That's over into, man, that's an interesting little feature right there. Looking into our storm from Danville, Jacob's back. Wish you could see our tower cam right now.
Are you looking at that spot over Covington?
Mm-hmm.
I debated dropping south, but I'm going to head west towards Bismarck. I figure I get out of the rain that way. Also, I don't know if you had a chance to look at power outage numbers on the Indiana side of things. But there's been a lot of places with lights off. Either everyone does go to bed early, or there's some dark houses after the hour.
I'm actually not seeing a ton. Folks, this is looking straight east from Danville. So essentially right towards Vermilion County, Indiana, and towards Covington.
I heard none of that. What'd you say?
I was just telling people what we're looking at on the camera here, looking straight east into Indiana. That storm kind of back-built towards Alvin and Bismarck a little bit. Strongest part still clearly there between Covington and Petersburg. But, man, it's impressive. It's an impressive little view. A lot of lightning. Lots of lightning. Still watching that storm off there to the east of Danville. Just constant lightning again. What an impressive lightning display. Long that shelf cloud is. So stretching all across the sky like that. Whole thing. That's pretty cool. zoom into this area. I think this area seems to have the most amount of light. Get that a little bit. Get a close-up strike. Ooh, there's one. Here it comes. Watch this, folks. Oh, yeah. I pointed it in the right direction, huh? Oh, there's another one coming in about 5 seconds. Look on the right side of your screen. Here it comes. Boom. A lot of CG. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning there, folks. There's another one there. Just gonna keep her centered right in there. We can't catch a lightning strike right center screen, close by. Oh, there it is. Here it comes, folks. About 3 seconds. Boom. There comes another one. About 3 seconds. Man, that is just... What area would that be? I'm going to guess that's... I'm looking east, almost kind of southeast. So, yeah, that's going to be just southwest of Covington. Maybe over towards Foster, Jesse, Vermilion County, Indiana. Starting to get dark now, but that CG just continues to pummel. Danville camera just looking right into that storm 10 miles away. Just watching the lightning constant, cloud to ground. Ooh, I just missed that one. Darn it. Yeah, let's keep it over here. Let's see what we got over here. Again, watching our storm over there into Fountain County. What's up, Gunner? Producer Gunner in the house. Well, we're just watching the lightning storm out across Indiana. Just constant lightning. A lot of cloud to ground.
Oh, wow.
What's up?
Kevin, I'm going to give you a camera shot of the backside.
I got you. Go ahead.
Give me a second here.
Hold on here. I'm going to pull up Jacob's.
A hot second.
Pull up Jacob's camera here. Dude, I'm telling you, like, I was getting some crazy views of... Oh, look at that. Little tower. The lightning. Yeah.
So that's the backside there, because I'm coming in on 119 into Bismarck, Alvin area.
Yeah. So you're looking at, so you're seeing that very back edge of the storm.
Very pretty seeing the top illuminated, and it's dark here close to the ground. And that blue sky, that's an image.
Well, looks like she's continuing to weaken a little bit here, but hey, lightning over there in Indiana is just wild. Switch over to the radar and pull up the lightning strikes again. Gosh, that is just unbelievable how much lightning. Sorry, I'm just flabbergasted because, like, let me look at the number here. All right, 374 over that one storm in Fountain County. 374, and let's clear that. We're going to do lightning over the last 3 minutes.
Oh, wow. My camera's got a great view of the back of that storm driving south now.
Yeah. Over the last 3 minutes, lightning just on that storm. 87 lightning strikes in the past 3 minutes. That's a lightning strike every 3 seconds. Constant. Constant lightning.
How far north of town was it? Question mark. I've got the coolest little view in the backside here, Kevin.
All right, pull this up. All right, here's Jacob's view of that backside of the storm. That's what, State Line City, and
I just passed Bismarck.
you just passed Bismarck. Looking at
Going
that,
south.
coming back south. Yeah, there's really not much left here, folks. A lot of scary looking clouds out there, people, but as of right now, don't foresee a whole lot. Oh my goodness, yeah, look at wow. What a view. I tell you, I'm not going to lie. If I normally would see this, I'd be like, whoa. So that's looking almost straight east. Sorry here. I got to switch over. Give me a second. And this is what I mean. Oh, nope. Hold on. Look at this view. This is our view from our camera in Danville looking east. Notice how it's not rotating. So these are low-hanging scud clouds. A lot of lightning, though, man. A lot of lightning. But they're not rapidly rotating, right? Got a little motion. Interesting view, that's for sure. Somebody said Covington just lost power. Let's see if everything's showing up. Oh, we're starting to get. So I think, Warren County. Yep, okay. The power outages are coming in now. Let's see. Where you were up there in Warren County. Duke Energy supplies the power for that area. And yeah, pretty much where you were. West Lebanon down to, is that going to be like the Judyville area? Marshfield?
Yeah, I drove through Judyville.
Yeah, there's 278 customers. No power. And 491 in Vermilion County, Indiana. It's going to be.
This is a really slick road that I'm on here. Instead of taking 136, you go Alvin to Bismarck to West Newell, straight south. What is this road? It goes right by the airport, I think. I'm
Newell,
by now. Yeah.
Isn't it Newell Road?
I think you're right. Newell Road sounds right. It's a slick road. I like it.
Have you gone by the airport? You should be coming up to it, aren't you? Ooh, look at that CG.
Yeah, I'm going by the airport right now.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. It's turns into Bowman.
Yes. Yeah.
You get to, I got to think if I want a snack before going home.
Danville. Dairy Barn.
It's a little late for some of the favorites.
Probably closed.
Yeah, I'd almost go down to Tilton for a burger. And I think Mike's closes at 9. I wouldn't make it.
I'm sure.
I got to be on TV soon, Kevin.
Oh my
You guys
goodness!
doing
Watch.
Live 9?
We are. Yes.
What'd you say? Oh my goodness, about?
The lightning strikes that I'm showing on our camera are wild.
Oh yeah.
You're seeing them too, but
Yeah, it's pretty.
watch this CG. Oh my goodness.
The craziest was Was that when I was in the Watseka area, cutting through the woods north of town? I mean, it was like constant boom, 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 lightning.
Yeah. Here comes another one. Watch this, folks. Boom. Oh, that was a crazy one. Yeah, folks that are losing power probably it's due to the fact that there's a ton of lightning out here, and I bet it's hitting poles and taking things out. It's not necessarily wind, or it's just wild lightning. Wow, here comes another one, folks. Man. Intense.
You might laugh at me, but sometimes, Kevin, I just feel like the ideal snack is a snack wrap from McDonald's. And I'm just thinking that's what I might need tonight.
Oh, they discontinued those.
No, they didn't.
I'm a fan of Steak and Shake there.
You know, you aren't wrong about that.
Get that Steak and
I don't know
Shake.
if
It's right
Greasy
there.
Burger is on the.
Right there off of Gilbert,
Yeah, I know.
right before 74.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I was thinking about the McDonald's in Oakwood. Catching
Yeah.
that on the way back.
Oh, that gas station there also. They have the Cinnabon.
Is it the Big Loves or that new one north of the interstate?
No,
Whatever
the-
that is.
No, the one, not the
Pilot?
Loves. Yeah, is it the Pilot? No, is it? Yeah, maybe. I always get those two
Is it-
confused. It's the one into town, not away from town.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, because they built a couple of bigger ones over there.
Yeah.
I don't know where they're going to put the Buc-ee's over there yet.
The
but, we'll see
Buc-ee's.
what
That's
happens.
right. Yeah.
Oakwood's getting a Buc-ee's, folks. You
No.
heard it here first.
Time out. No, it's Muhammad. Muhammad's getting everything. It's Muhammad.
Muhammad will vote down a truck stop again, Kevin. You know that.
No, because a Buc-ee's does not allow semis.
That's true.
No semis allowed.
That's true. Not us trying to stir the pot again for whoever's watching.
Right.
I felt like reading about that in the comments section was the most contentious thing ever
Right.
over there, and Muhammad. But,
Ooh.
yeah, they got Culver's now. That's nice. I've eaten there.
Hey, what about Lee? Have you had Lee's famous recipe chicken? It's really good.
Oh yeah, I've had that. I feel like that's where we'd go in Mississippi. Or is that different? I don't remember. But I've had the Lee's around here too. There used to be the one in Mattoon. The Mattoon one burned down.
You made me really hungry. I've not had dinner yet, and I've got 15 minutes to go
You and me both.
see what was in my dinner for tonight. I'm not really sure.
Probably chicken fingers, mac and cheese,
Sounds about right.
bread and butter, no vegetables,
Definitely no vegetables.
maybe applesauce. I don't know if you'd feel that.
I do apple. I
It'd have
actually
to be like the.
I do actually do apples with peanut butter now.
But do you eat the skin?
No, absolutely not.
Me neither. I hate the skin in apples.
I agree.
They're the worst.
Gunner is here. Producer Gunner is
My
here.
wife makes fun of me for that.
I have
Ask him if he does apple skins.
Would you like that in your main weather to be able to call up and post shows?
Sure, why not?
I'll just copy over the revenues.
Hey, ask Gunner about peanut butter or apples. What he
Gunner,
eats skins.
do you eat the skin of an apple when you? He says yes. He's strange, folks. He's a strange one.
Jeez, weird.
Well, you just eat. You slice it and then you just like eat the,
I will never bite into a whole apple either.
Incorrect answer. Yeah, don't bite into the whole apple. You just get the. No. You don't bite it.
Just
You
get the slice of the
up.
core.
Yeah, you slice it and you just eat like the middle part. You don't eat the.
I think they should take away your degrees for that one.
No. Me and Jacob are both on the same page with this. You are wrong.
Yeah, it's the only way.
Yeah, exactly. Why am I gonna eat like I'm just gonna eat no, and then throw away the other part? It's great.
If I want fiber, I'll take Benefiber. Makes up for it.
Jacob says if he wants fiber, he'll eat Benefiber. That makes up for it.
Oh, wow, Benefiber. Wow. Sorry, I'm not like 182.
Oh boy, here we go. Welcome to part 2 of After Dark.
If this was 6 months later, it would be After Dark for sure now. Ooh, there's a McDonald's right here. What? Should I do this one? Yeah, I should do this one.
You're on Bowman. You're at Bowman in Maine.
Yeah. Yep.
Right across from the old CVS, I think it was, or Walgreens. I don't know what it was.
Son.
Snack wrap it is, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. All right, let's see what we got here. Jacob getting dinner. Oh, are you going in?
No, I'm doing the app. I don't have my wallet on me
you're
close
doing
by.
that.
It's in the back of the car.
I gotcha.
What do I got?
No, folks.
That's the one thing I like too about the app is they always got good coupons.
Good deals. Yeah, you
Sorry.
get $1.49 fries every day, I think.
Hey, I tell you what, I had one of the honey brown butter bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits recently. I thought it was pretty good. I did like that.
So for you folks asking, no, the storm is not about to rip Danville apart. It's got a lot of lightning though, and it did try to like back build. You can actually see a few echoes. So basically that cloud building back towards Danville. So you're going to get the lightning strikes, but the heavy rain and whatnot, that is it's going to be just east of you, but you've got those lightning strikes going nuts. Also, Grace says you should get 2 ranch snack wraps. Ranch snack wraps? It's the meat.
That's what I get.
2 ranch snack wraps? What ranch? Like, is it chicken that's in there? Right?
Yep, chicken, lettuce. Yes, my mobile order is G121. Thank you.
They sound
Now that I
very
think
nice.
about it, I hope the lettuce isn't from where.
Oh, yeah, let's hope not. We are still streaming, but we're to the point in the night where Jacob is getting his dinner. He's just pulled up to McDonald's. Kelly's here with us now. He's getting dinner in Danville.
Oh, I know exactly where he is. I don't.
Okay.
Is that McDonald's?
Thank you very
That
much.
is McDonald's. Yep.
Okay.
That's McDonald's there.
Jacob, are you getting the 2 cheeseburger meal?
2 snack wraps.
Oh, 2 snack wraps.
Carolyn
no
is here
lettuce.
now. Yeah,
no lettuce.
keep me over here.
Tell him no lettuce.
Just keep me over here. Yeah.
Tell him no lettuce.
Yeah, we
No
just
lettuce.
we just talked about this, Jacob, but no lettuce, bud. Come on now.
You know,
He's living dangerously.
I got. Yeah,
Mm.
Kevin and I almost drove into a tornado today. I think a little less.
Yeah. Tornado 1,000 feet in front of you. So we're bouncing back and forth between our camera views of the lightning show on the Danville camera, and then Jacob with the lightning show about to happen after he has McDonald's. Are you? Oh, you're at pickup window number 1. Oh, here we go.
Thank you very much.
All right. There we go. No. Yeah, we're still doing a stream with them right now, but yeah. All right, sir. Well, we will
Well,
probably wrap things.
yeah,
I got to get ready for the
people were worried
9
about
here.
me,
Yeah.
Sounds good. People were worried about Danville getting blown away. I would not be at McDonald's right now if that were happening.
Yeah, that's very true. We would not allow
So in that,
you to stop. Yeah, need to get a little food there, then catch a few winks, and then see you at 5 a.m.
sounds good. See you, Kevin. Have a good night. See y'all.
Okay, guys, that'll wrap up our stream here for tonight. Again, things calming down considerably. Yeah, yes, there's still quite the lightning show for our folks over there who are watching. Hey, guys, this is me just sitting. Yes, I've been sitting down here. But again, the storm's kind of wrapping up here tonight. Oh, there we go. I'll stand up here for you. Fix the tie and everything. Still a lightning show ongoing there as I look at other things. Calming down enough. We shouldn't have to worry about too much. So, but yeah, if you're over there into southern Vermilion or parts of Vermilion, Indiana, and then southern Fountain, Park County, still pretty good little storm, and that's the lightning we've been watching in our camera here in Danville. So. All right, folks, we've been streaming here for quite some time. We will go ahead and actually we've been streaming for 4.5 hours. What a Monday, what a Monday, what a Monday. 4.5 hour stream here, folks. Thanks everybody who tuned in. We thought today would be the day if there was a chance of severe weather, and we got a few. Good thing is, 90% of you didn't have to deal with it, but the other 10% obviously still matters, and so we delivered the coverage we did. And hey, what a shocker. You got to witness yet again another tornado live on the air here. So that's kind of what we do. So hopefully everybody can get some rest here and take a little break. And it's going to get a lot cooler too. It's the nice thing. Humidity is leaving us. I'm going to dive into some of the other model data here and just take a look at some other things. And so we'll do that for you here at 9 and 10 o'clock. Yep, we'll be live at 9 o'clock. So feel free to tune in there on the X and then back at 10 o'clock on CIA. But all right, folks, that wraps things up for us here tonight. After 4.5 hours of severe weather coverage, we'll catch you guys on TV. And if not, we'll catch you guys on the next round. See you later.